prioritize One Health, our vision of One Earth, One Health envisages good health for the entire ecosystem for humans, animals, plants, and the environment. This integrated view carries Gandhiji's message of not leaving anybody behind. Friends, public participation is a key factor in the success of health initiatives. It was one of the main reasons for the success of our leprosy eradication campaign. Our ambitious program on TB elimination also encourages public participation. We have called upon the people of the country to become Nikshay Mitra or Friends for Eradication of TB. Under this, nearly 1 million patients have been adopted by citizens. Now, we are on our way to achieve TB elimination well ahead of the global target of 2030. Friends, digital solutions and innovations are useful means to make our efforts equitable and inclusive. Patients from far and wide can receive quality care through telemedicine. India's national platform, e-Sanjeevani, has facilitated 140 million telehealth consultations to date. India's COVID platform successfully facilitated the largest vaccination drive in human history. It managed the delivery of more than 2.2 billion vaccine doses and real-time availability of globally verifiable vaccination certificates. The global initiatives on digital health will bring together various digital health initiatives on a common platform. Let us open our innovations for public good. Let us avoid duplication. Let us facilitate equitable availability of technology. This initiative will allow countries in the global south to close the gap in healthcare delivery. It will take us one step closer to our goal of achieving universal health coverage. Friends, I conclude with an ancient Indian wish for humanity. Sarve bhavantu, sarve santu niramaya. That is, may all be happy, may all be free from illness. I wish you success in your deliberations. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So the Prime Minister there speaking to the G20 Health Ministers meeting, which is happening currently in Gujarat, and sending across a message on his vision for how he really plans to improve healthcare in India and India's role in also global healthcare. We'll continue getting you all the highlights of the G20 summits that are currently underway in the run-up to the main Big Bang G20 summit. I'm slipping into a very short break. We'll be right back.
You are watching India Today.
From the biggest conflict zones
We are at the Hostel Air Base and this is
to the biggest international moments, a reporter with India's flag on his sleeve and an unrelenting eye on terror, defense and national security, on the road, up the heights, in the trenches. He brings you stories that must unite us, because when it's national interest, it's India first. Monday to Friday 10 p.m. only on India Today TV.
In one of the biggest actions till date against cyber fraud and user protection, the government has announced sweeping changes in the way SIM cards for mobile phone connections are issued and verified. The system of issuing SIM cards in bulk has been stopped with immediate effect, and police verification and registration of dealers has been made mandatory.
In a big move against spam calls and cyber fraud, the government has made police verification of SIM card dealers mandatory and discontinued the provision of bulk connections. Announcing major reforms, the telecom minister said that the dealers had been found complicit in the illegal issue of SIM cards and will now have to be registered compulsorily as well as verified by the police. A penalty of 10 lakh rupees will be imposed on dealers found flouting norms. The government has also decided to discontinue the bulk issue of SIM cards. Businesses, though, will be able to procure multiple SIMs with proper documentation. Businesses will also have to depute a point person with proper KYC to whom the SIM cards will be issued. The minister explained how bulk connections were being misused.
बल्क कनेक्शन के नाम पे खूब सारे सिम ले लिए और एक डिवाइस होता है सिम बॉक्स के अंदर एक साथ खूब सारे सिम डाले जाते हैं और उस एक सिम बॉक्स के जरिए से फिर बहुत सारे ऑटोमेटेड कॉल्स होते थे। पहला ये मिसयूज़ होता था और दूसरा मिसयूज़ ये होता था कि एक साथ बल्क में ले लिए और उसके बाद में आज 5 सिम लिए, 5 सिम से फ्रॉडुलेंट कॉल किए, उन 5 सिम को डीएक्टिवेट किया, कल और 5 सिम से फ्रॉडुलेंट कॉल्स किए, डीएक्टिवेट किया, फेंका, फिर ऐसे करके एक तरीके से एक फ्रॉडुलेंट कॉल्स की, साइबर फ्रॉड्स की एक कड़ी बन जाती थी।
The government has also announced that digital KYC will be mandatory for all new connections soon. According to data released by the ministry, steps taken to curb cyber fraud include disconnecting 52 lakh mobile connections, blacklisting 67,000 dealers, filing of 300 FIRs against SIM card dealers since May 2023, and blocking around 66,000 WhatsApp accounts that were involved in fraudulent activities.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. Let's get you breaking news that's coming in from Karnataka. Dalit ministers in the Karnataka government have shot off a letter to Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge that Sudham Das shouldn't be made an MLC. Sudham Das is a new entrant in the party, is their contention. They've also said that he's made no contributions. On what basis is he being nominated to the Legislative Council? Remember that H.P. Sudham Das, who's a former Enforcement Directorate officer, has been named as one of the 3 named to be part of the Legislative Council. Nagarjun Dwarkanath is joining us with more details on this. Nagarjun, Dalit ministers in the Karnataka government up in arms against the nomination of Sudham Das. What exactly is their grouse here?
Akshita, in fact, Sudham Das' name was shortlisted to be an MLC, is what we are told. And the letter also written by Dalit ministers Parmeshwar, Mahadevappa, and Muniyappa and Timapur, all Dalit ministers have written to AICC President Mr. Kharge, saying that Sudham Das is a new entrant into the party. It's not even been 6 months. March 2023, he joined the party, and now we are hearing that he's considered to be an MLC candidate. I'd rather give it to someone who's worked hard for the party, who has put in blood and sweat for the party. A party karyakarta should be given preference as an MLC rather than some new entry person. He was also made a campaign co-committee chairman within the span of 3 months, is what the Dalit ministers say. Rightly so, that merit should be considered, is what the ministers have written to the AICC president, that a karyakarta should be recognized and made an MLC, and not someone outsider who was in bureaucracy who have just stepped out. They want to mount pressure on the high command that someone else has to be considered.
All right, we'll track the latest on this and whether the government really buckles to that pressure. Thanks for the moment, Nagarjun, for getting us those details. Sticking to news from Karnataka, there's a massive sextortion racket that's been busted by the Bengaluru police. Neha, aka Meher, a Mumbai model whose pictures you see on your screen, she along with 3 others allegedly amassed over 35 lakh rupees from sextortion activities. Over 50 men are believed to have fallen victim to this gang's manipulation and extortion. Her 3 associates have been nabbed. The main piece of puzzle, the mastermind, this Mumbai model, is still missing.
In pursuit of a female sextortionist, Bengaluru police are currently searching for this woman, Neha alias Meher. Originally from Maharashtra, the woman has been named in a complaint for allegedly blackmailing her victims. She allegedly targeted men through the Telegram messaging platform, lure them to her home, and orchestrating covert recordings of sexual encounters with the involvement of her male accomplices. This alleged criminal operation led by Neha, also known as Meher, has been active in Bengaluru for a year and a half. The men she allegedly ensnared were subsequently subject to blackmail. They were coerced into marriage, conversion to Islam, or extortion of funds. Failing compliance, they were threatened with the release of compromising videos on the internet. The case now registered in Bengaluru's Puttanhalli police station. Each of her victims reportedly succumbed to the extortion demands. One of the complainants disclosed that he was coerced into giving her up to 60,000. Her 3 accomplices, all from Karnataka, have been arrested. According to the police, the gang amassed over 35 lakh rupees from this extortion activities. Around 50 men are believed to have fallen victim to this gang's manipulation and extortion. Yet the mastermind behind this operation remains at large. The primary suspect, Neha alias Meher, is suspected to be evading capture somewhere in Mumbai. Bureau Report, India Today.
And in some worrying news, 2 Indian pilots have succumbed in the last 2 days due to heart attacks, triggering questions on whether they're being overworked or overstressed. An Indigo pilot collapsed at a boarding gate at the Nagpur airport and died while being taken to the hospital on Thursday. He died after suffering a sudden cardiac arrest, and this was shortly before he was to operate a Nagpur-Pune flight. Just a day before, Qatar Airways pilot had died after suffering a heart attack on board a flight. He was travelling in the passenger cabin of a Delhi-Doha flight as an additional crew member. These 2 incidents come days after a pilot collapsed in the bathroom of a commercial flight from Miami to Chile, which had 271 passengers on board. An emergency landing was carried out in Panama on Sunday night, and Captain Ivan Andor was declared dead by medical experts at the airport.
मनोज बाला सुब्रमण्यम, उम्र 40 है उनकी। वो प्लेन में जाने के पहले गेट नंबर 1 के ऊपर उनको अचानक से चक्कर आया और वहाँ पे वो तबीयत ख़राब हो गई, वहाँ पे गिर गए। तो उनको तुरंत डॉक्टर टीम ने उठाकर मेडिकल ट्रीटमेंट किया और किंग्सवे हॉस्पिटल लेके गए। वहाँ पे उनको ट्रीटमेंट दी गई। उसके बाद में उनको और भी मेडिकल हॉस्पिटल में रेफ़र किया, लेकिन वहाँ पे डॉक्टर ने उनको डेथ डिक्लेयर किया।
Those who pilot, they have their regular cardiovascular evaluation and they're usually very fit. It's very amazing to learn that how it happened to him. I'm sure he must have been having his regular checkup, he must be fit cardiovascularly, but what happened to him? Of course, the autopsy will guide us more, but in some such situation when they do not find, there is no evidence of any heart attack as such, no acute myocardial infarction, even there is now, we should do a molecular autopsy to find out if there has been a molecular basis or electrical basis of certain cardiac death in this particular case.
अगर वो टेक ऑफ करके उसको हार्ट अटैक होता तो वो क्रैश कर जाता, जहाज भी खत्म हो जाता, वो भी खत्म हो जाता। और अगर उसमें यात्री होते तो वो भी गर्क हो जाते। 40 साल की उम्र में हाँ हार्ट अटैक वगैरह हो सकते हैं, उसको मेडिकली फिट रहना चाहिए। और डीजीसीए को ये देखना पड़ेगा कि अब जो भी आप मेडिकल का जो क्लियरेंस है उसको एक सेंट्रलाइज बॉडी उसको बहुत स्ट्रिक्टली मॉनिटर करे। एयरफील्ड के ऊपर ऐसा संस्था होनी चाहिए जो पायलट से पूछे तुम अपना मेडिकल सर्टिफिकेट भी दिखाओ, और वहाँ पे भी एक डॉक्टर होना चाहिए जो जाने से पहले एटलीस्ट तुम्हारा नब्ज चेक करे और हार्ट इत्यादि चेक करे। वो हो सकता है, इसमें कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है।
Moving on, arm twisting by Shinde Sena MLAs for ministries has now come to light amid delays in the Maharashtra cabinet expansion, and it's one of Shinde Sena's own who's exposed this. Shinde Sena MLA Bharat Gogavle has claimed that several Shinde Sena MLAs had used emotional blackmail and threats to go ahead and bag the cabinet berths that they enjoyed today. Gogavle spoke about an instance where an MLA actually threatened that his wife would die by suicide if he didn't become a minister, and so was made one. And now they warned that Narayan Rane would finish him off if he failed to become a minister, and again was made one. Now several others, according to Gogavle, are threatening to resign immediately after the swearing-in ceremony. Gogavle claimed he'd sacrificed his ministerial aspirations after Chief Minister Shinde asked MLAs to understand the situation and compromise to accommodate others.
बिल्डिंग 9 मध्ये माझा नंबर होता, 9 मध्ये आमचा नंबर होता, सगळं झालं। एक जण आला वाहतात, बोला जर माझ्या जर मला मुख्यमंत्रीपद दिलं नाही तर बोला माझी बायको आत्महत्या करेल। वा रे वा, आमच्या बायका फक्त अशाच राहिल्या। एक जण आला, बोला जर मला नाही दिलं तर नारायण राणे मला संपून टाकतील। एक जण बोला आम्हाला देत नाही ना, तुम्हाला मी 12 वाजता राजीनामा देतो। दुपारी 12 वाजता म्हणजे 9 लोकांचं मंत्रिमंडळाची शपथ झाली का 12 वाजता मी राजीनामा देतो। आता मुख्यमंत्री आले अडचणीत।
तभी की बात थी वो, जब हम लोग सरकार बनाने जा रहे थे, तभी की बात है, अभी की कभी की बात नहीं।
क्या बात थी सर, किस तरह का प्रेशर था एकनाथ जी पर?
नहीं, प्रेशर का सवाल नहीं था। अभी 12 आदमी मांग रहे थे और 9 जगह थी, ये बात थी, बाकी कुछ नहीं।
नहीं तो आपने तो एक आध किस्से बताए हैं। एक में आपने बताया है कि एक एमएलए की बीवी ने आत्महत्या करने की धमकी दे दी थी। दूसरा एमएलए कह रहा था कि नारायण राणे मेरे को खत्म कर देगा अगर मैं मंत्री नहीं बन गया तो। तीसरा एमएलए कह रहा था कि मैं रेजिग्नेशन दे दूंगा। ये कौन थे सर और क्या था यह किस्सा?
बोल दिया अभी। जब हुआ था तब का किस्सा हम लोग ने बताया था, बाकी कुछ नहीं था।
All right, let's get your shocking images. CCTV camera that's captured a freak accident, if there was any, in Mumbai. A 26-year-old man died after he was crushed between a moving train and the railway platform. This happened at Science Station in Mumbai. Now, the CCTV visuals that you see on your screens shows that the victim bumped into a woman on the platform, after which a heated argument took place. The woman, Sheetal, was then seen hitting the victim, Dinesh, repeatedly with her umbrella. Soon after, her husband, Avinash, slapped Dinesh, who then, as you see on your screens there, loses balance and falls onto the track. There you have it. He's being hit by the woman. Her husband comes along, slaps him. He then falls, staggers and falls back onto the tracks. In the incident, the MSRTC employee died during treatment. As we count down to Chandrayaan 3's date with the moon on August 23rd, it will be touching down on the moon's surface. Here's the first video that's been put out by ISRO of Chandrayaan 3's image right now of what it sees, as close as it's gotten right now to the moon. This is the video that's been released by ISRO of the Vikram lander's view right now, and it's a stunning view of the lunar surface. You can see the craters up close, and this gives you a sense of how very close we are right now to the moon. Remember that in just about 5 days from now, on August 23rd, is when the Vikram lander will make that soft landing on the moon's south pole. It's in fact yesterday, after the separation that took place yesterday afternoon. It's about 163 kilometers from the moon, and today you're going to be seeing a very crucial deboosting exercise. Nagarjun Dwarkanath is joining us with more details on this. Nagarjun, lovely view that the Vikram lander currently has, and it gives you a sense of how very close we are right now to the moon.
Well, that's absolutely true, Akshita. It's just giving me goosebumps looking at these images of how close have we got to the moon right now. We can see the craters up close. What we see from Earth is completely different than what the images are shown by ISRO right now. We're just days to go before the big day on August 23rd, when the lander lands on the south pole of the moon. We have got the first images after the separation of the moon's surface itself. You can see a large crater there on the lunar surface. This seems to be the landing spot, is what we are told, because this is captured by the lander itself. So once it's orbiting, it has captured these images with craters on the lunar surface. You can see a bit of light and a bit of shade on it. Also, the other side of the moon is dark, and what we are seeing is the craters on the lunar surface. We had to get a clarification from ISRO if it's exactly the landing spot, is what the videos that we have got it. But it was a successful separation yesterday with the propulsion module and the lunar lander module. And today, the ISRO has tweeted these visuals, first visuals, and definitely looking at these visuals, it's giving me goosebumps as well.
Very true. You look at that beautiful image, the view of Vikram lander right now. He's traveling solo, considering that he was separated from the propulsion module yesterday. He's carrying with him the Pragyan rover, and you can see that as he moves along the moon's surface, there's a part where it goes into darkness. So one side of the moon, as expected, fully in light, the other pitch dark. Nagarjun tells us that at this point we still don't have clarification if this is the South Pole, if this is where the moon lands. But remember that the South Pole is ridden with craters, so it could very well be that the Vikram lander at this point is traveling very close to the South Pole. What Nagarjun also was referring to today is that you're going to be seeing a very crucial deboosting exercise that's going to happen in about 30 minutes from now, somewhere between 4 to 6 p.m. is what we're hearing. And with this deboosting exercise from 163 kilometers, which is where the Vikram lander reached yesterday after the separation, it will get closer. It will come to a 112 kilometer circular orbit, so even closer then to the moon, if you can believe it, considering right now the moon looks so close that you can see every single minute detail of the lunar surface. And then post that, tomorrow you will see another crucial maneuver where we get to the closest point to the moon, which will be about 24 kilometers away. And imagine that view. That will be tomorrow. We're hoping and praying that ISRO then as well releases some of the images of what the Vikram lander is currently seeing. Nagarjun, you're telling us that at this point, even as we're beaming that video that ISRO has released of the lunar surface, I see a lot of craters. So it's got me assuming that maybe, just maybe, this is the South Pole where the Vikram lander could touch down.
Well, that's absolutely true. This might be the spot itself, but what has happened in Chandrayaan-3 is that the landing surface, the width and the breadth of the landing surface has completely been increased and changed to what it was in Chandrayaan-2. Right now, it's 4.5 kilometers by 2.5 kilometers is what we are told. It's a much bigger patch to land. Anywhere in that patch, the lander can land is what we are told. Compared to the smaller patch in Chandrayaan-2. So some changes have been made. But looking at these images, seems like this is the position because the ISRO tweet says that lander position detection camera that has taken these pictures from on board from Chandrayaan-3. So it seems like this is the spot there where the lander would land on 23rd of August. But right now, the deboosting maneuver will have to be done today. The orbit will be reduced, and finally on 23rd August, the orientation of the direction of the lander will change and then do a soft landing by evening on 23rd.
I mean, what we're talking about here, the Vikram lander itself weighs about 1,770 kilos. That's traveling right now around the moon. And today there's going to be one crucial deboosting exercise. Right now, 163 kilometers from the moon, that'll become 112 kilometers. You already feel that we're up close and personal with the moon. But imagine tomorrow, Naga, if you could get us those details, tomorrow 1:30 a.m., 19th August, is when we're going to be seeing the closest point to the moon, 24 kilometers from the moon, as close as it can get really. And from there till 23rd, closer and closer till finally the Vikram lander is ready to ensure that soft landing.
That's true, Akshita. In fact, that will be the last maneuver on the 19th, where around 1:30 a.m. is what we are told that final maneuver will be done, the deboosting will be done, and it would go on to an orbit of 24 kilometers just above the lunar surface. And we'll have a much clearer picture of the lunar surface, the craters, and also the light that we are seeing on the side of the moon. All of this will be much clear. We'll have a clear picture on the 19th. And the final maneuver will be happening on the 23rd evening, and the descent would begin by afternoon is what we are told. And once the lander lands, a few hours later, the rover would come out and it would be there for one lunar day, that is 14 Earth days, to carry out the experiments. The payloads are there on lunar, on the rover as well as the lander module as well. So quite exciting times for all of us to know that something that we see in our daily life in the sky, ISRO has made sure that they've gone there and done experiments, and they're quite hopeful that this time the landing will be quite a success.
Very true. And at this point, looking at this kind of footage that's emerging of the lander Vikram right now going around the moon, it tells you about how really the Vikram lander is traveling a circular orbit around the moon right now, and then towards closer to August 23rd, you're going to see it reach the south pole of the moon. There will be light, yes, Naga, on the south pole, which is what will ensure that perhaps ISRO will be able to release footage of that exact precise landing moment.
Well, definitely, that's the most exciting part, right? Because we got that wrong last time because of the acceleration error, and we crash landed last time, but it was just a partial success. But this time, they have given directions and they have addressed the errors that took up last time, and now they're quite confident that no matter what, we will make sure that Chandrayaan-3 lander will be landing on the moon, and it will have complete light because the solar panels on the rover and the lander will take in place, because they have to take in the light from the sun, and then that will be the oxygen or the battery life for the rover as well. So there will be light. We will be seeing clearer pictures of the lander landing as well as the rover as well. So in the next few weeks, almost every alternate day, we might be getting pictures of what the moon looks like. We all have seen it from our daily lives, 4 lakh kilometers away, 400,000 kilometers away from the moon. And we all have idealized moon for one or the other reason. But today we are going to see the reality of the surface and what it takes to be there, and some scientific experiments that will be carried out. And this data will be helping generations together, which will be coming in the next few decades or centuries. This data will definitely help for not just India, but also the global space sector.
Very true, and the moon definitely looks very different from what you and I see really from this point, Naga. It's traveling in an elliptical orbit. You can see that as it moves this way across the moon, and you compare these to the pictures that we got a few weeks ago. That was the first time ISRO had released pictures. That was when the propulsion module was in place, and ISRO had released pictures of what planet Earth looked like and what the moon looked like. We thought that that was as close as it gets to the moon. We were clearly wrong, because you look at this stunning video that's emerged right now of the lander Vikram's view right now of the moon. Now you can see that, and this is, by the way, from a distance of about 160 kilometers or so. That's going to reduce further in the next 30 minutes to 1 hour, because between 4 to 6 p.m. is when really the deboosting exercise will take place, which will reduce the distance further. And then tomorrow, that distance will reduce further, which will mean that we are at the closest point to the moon. How close? 24 kilometers, and then lander Vikram continues to travel in that elliptical orbit, and as expected, 23rd August, 5:45 p.m. is the time that's been given by ISRO right now. It could go back and forth by a few minutes, by a few hours, based on whether lander Vikram is running as per schedule, and then it will touch down. And these are more images that we're showing to you right now. You can see the moon's surface so very clearly on this. It's almost eerie, Naga, that we've got such a close-up view. And now we're going to get even closer. Tomorrow, about 24 kilometers to the lunar surface is what we're expecting. But you're right in also saying that this kind of footage that emerges of Chandrayaan 3's journey is so crucial also in ISRO scientists kind of, understanding and grappling with what really the moon's surface looks like. All right, we're lost, Nagarjun, but I want to also bring your focus to the new images that we've accessed. We've been showing you this video where you can see deep craters on the moon's surface. Here's another video that ISRO has just released that shows perhaps what looks like to be another portion of the moon's surface as the lander Vikram moves around the moon in an elliptical orbit. Very fittingly, they've said this is the view of lander Vikram Chandra as captured by the lander right now. There are cameras installed on lander Vikram. There are, of course, several sensors that have also been installed, because ISRO has maintained that if manually something goes wrong, the sensors will immediately kick in and ensure successful soft landing. Remember that a few weeks ago, ISRO had released the first pictures of what the Chandrayaan's view looked like, which was of the moon and of planet Earth. Both stunning. And like I said, at that point when we saw those images, we said the Chandrayaan seems to be very, very close to the moon. Now look at these pictures. You can see very, very clearly almost every significant detail on the lunar surface. And we're just about 5 days away from the landing on the moon's south pole. At that point, which is expected at about 5:45 in the evening, there will be light on the south pole, and the lander Vikram with the rover Pragyan inside will slowly, smoothly touch down on the moon's surface, and then the rover will be released. On the rover also, there are several cameras, and not just cameras, but also other equipment that can ensure that there is a detailed study done of the moon's soil and of the craters. The South Pole, it's believed, has also a lot of frozen water parts in these craters, and that's why the kind of science, the kind of research that ISRO scientists will do on what's on the moon's surface, what's on the South Pole, will be so very crucial, particularly to questions on whether there is any trace of water on the moon's surface. These pictures that we're showing to you right now is also part of what ISRO has released. And on the right of your screens, you can see Vikram in movement, showing you how from light to dark, in a matter of seconds, it just hands over in the moon. This is because it's traveling, the Vikram lander is traveling on an elliptical orbit around the moon. So you can see the lunar surface at one point so clearly, and then there's a shadow that hits some portions of the moon, and then it's pitch darkness. The left side of your screens, the pictures that are seen there are much clearer of the moon's surface. Not many craters there, but you can still see a very, very uneven surface. These images and videos have been released by ISRO for the first time, and Nagarjun Dwarkanath is still back with us. Nagarjun, at this point, everything is going as per schedule. So ISRO is maintaining that the landing will happen at 5:45 p.m. on August 23rd.
That is true. Everything has gone as per schedule, as per planning. Not even a micro millimeter of error till now is what we are told, because everything was taken into consideration. The errors that was done in Chandrayaan 2, all that were taken into consideration, and it was addressed, and so changes were also put into place, is what we are told. So till now, since July 14th, if I'm not wrong, since the launch date, everything has gone as per record, as per plan, which was chalked out on the paper. The final maneuver will be on August 19th, and then the crucial moment of turning the lander vertical. Right now, it's an elliptical orbit, so it's rotating still around the lunar surface. Slowly, it will be coming down, dropping the weight of the lunar to the lunar surface itself. Right now, it was at 160 kilometers away from the lunar surface, then to 150. Slowly, by the 19th, early morning to the 20th, also it would come down to 24-kilometer height, just above the lunar surface, and by 23rd afternoon in the Indian Standard Time, it will start making its direction towards the lunar south pole of the lunar surface and moving not just from to the lunar surface, but the crucial maneuver is moving from elliptical orbit and to make it vertical. So that's also a bigger maneuver, because you'll have to boost the lander in a certain direction so that it moves, it changes its orientation from elliptical orbit to a vertical orbit, and then descends to the lunar surface. Radio altimeter will be used, because every inch or every centimeter will be crucial, because it has to judge as to when do I decelerate, when do I accelerate. All that will be important. So quite a few crucial hours on the 23rd, and the moment it lands, that's the big success, because last time we failed to land the Chandrayaan 2 successfully. It crash landed, but the moment it lands, all the scientists on ISRO will have a sigh of relief, because that's the major part of what we were looking for. And then within few hours, the rover would come out of the lander, and for the next 14 days, there would be experiments carried out by the payloads on the lander as well as the rover.
Now, can I just say here that every single Indian will be heaving a sigh of relief the moment that soft landing is accomplished on August 23rd. And we're very, very confident. We're 100% sure that this time around we're going to get it right. Just a quick highlight for our viewers as well. You see those two images on your screens. On the right, actually, is the footage that's been released by ISRO just now, but it was actually shot on August 15th. So on the right of your screens is the video that was taken while the Vikram lander was still a part of the propulsion module. You can see the speed with which it's traveling. On the left are those latest images. Mr. K. Sivan, former ISRO chief, is joining us on this broadcast. Mr. Sivan, it's beautiful to see these images, makes us all so proud and gives us a sense of what you have achieved and accomplished so far, sir. Everything on track as of now, Mr. Sivan?
Yes, everything is going as per planned, this one now. Okay.
Can you tell us how close we are to the moon right now?
No, we are working out that different maneuvers. Now that yesterday when we separated, it was like 167 kilometer orbit or so. Now it will be slowly decreased to the final orbit of that 30 kilometers by 100 kilometers there. Okay.
Okay, sir. And the deboosting exercise is going to happen now?
Deboost, this one every day it will be there. So small that maneuvers will be there. This one, and it is not nothing special. This one, and finally, anyway, we need to achieve the orbit of 100 kilometers by 30 kilometers. Here, 30 kilometers is the place from where this our descent is started, getting started.
Mr. Sivan, how long will the descent take, and is it going to be happening as scheduled on August 23rd at 5:45 p.m.?
Yes, that's what we are targeting.
Okay, so it's going to happen as scheduled. How long will the descent actually take, sir?
No, I'm not exactly that, it will be around 15 minutes or so, this one.
Okay. And what's happening in the next few days, sir, you're saying is routine, something that ISRO is very familiar with?
No, this is what I'm telling. That is, this orbit will be trimmed to get into the 30 kilometers by 100 kilometers orbit. Yes, this is the orbit from this is the altitude, 30 kilometer altitude from which this lander will start journey towards the surface of the Earth, moon. So the next few days, the maneuvers will be done to achieve this particular orbit size.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Sivan, thank you very much. Congratulations to you and the entire ISRO team. Thank you so much for joining us here at India Today. I know you're extremely busy, sir, tracking all that's happening right now with Chandrayaan 3. Mr. Jitendra Singh, MOS PMO, and someone who's also in charge of the space sector is joining us on this broadcast. Mr. Jitendra Singh, it's wonderful to see these images because it gives you a sense of how close we really are to the moon. And I'm sure you've got your fingers crossed, sir, for August 23rd.
Yes, obviously, and I think a very short while from now, it will descend further to closer orbit. It's gradually inching towards the surface of moon. And I'm sure these pictures will excite every Indian, but for the scientific fraternity, they would have other connotations as well. The imagery would give indication of the kind of crater, the kind of surface, the kind of milieu over there. So I think it's appropriate to say that the lander has started doing its work even before it's or started performing its task even before it is landed.
Mr. Jitendra Singh, as you pointed out, every single image, every single video that's coming to the fore right now, being sent across, beamed across by the lander, is so crucial in our scientific study. But you said also that the deboosting exercise is going to happen today as well as tomorrow. So we're going to be very, very close to the moon, sir. These are procedures that ISRO is very familiar with, yes?
Yeah, absolutely. It was last time landing at some little, I would not say miss, out.
Okay, apologies. We've lost the connection with Mr. Jitendra Singh. We're going to reconnect with him because the government is so very closely tracking every update that's coming in from ISRO right now. They know full well how important this mission is and how important every update that comes in of the lander Vikram getting closer and closer to the lunar surface really is. These are images that have been beamed across by lander Vikram to us seated here and to the ISRO headquarters in Bengaluru, where they are, of course, tracking every update that comes in. Like I said, in about 10 minutes from now, 4 p.m. to 6 p.m., between this crucial 2-hour period, you're going to be seeing a deboosting exercise. What does that mean? It essentially means the lander Vikram, which right now is traveling in an elliptical orbit, will get closer to the moon. And at this point, it's at about 160 kilometers, considering that yesterday you saw that very successful separation. Lander Vikram, which is also, by the way, extremely powerful, is now simulating and fueling that entire journey around the moon. And he's at this point essentially carrying rover Pragyan and a bunch of payloads, of course, and traveling around the moon. We're going to continue getting you the latest updates on Chandrayaan 3's journey. Like I said, 4 p.m. is when the boosting will happen, which means we get closer to the moon. I'm slipping into a short break with those amazing images of the lunar surface beamed across by Chandrayaan.
You are watching India Today.
There is a very serious allegation has been raised by former associate editor of Deshabhimani, the mouthpiece of CPM. Unfortunately, the CPM is keeping silence. Chief Minister is speaking silence. For last 6 months, the Chief Minister of Kerala is not speaking to the press or the people. I don't know what happened to him. This is a very serious allegation that money has been embezzled or taken by the Chief Minister as well as the Industries Minister. And I feel that a comprehensive inquiry is necessary to unearth the truth of this matter.
What was the modus operandi of this extortion gang in Bengaluru via Mumbai? Here's what happened. They would contact some of these men from a Telegram application. send them text messages, which would be, of course, very appealing in nature. And then eventually they would meet these men. There would be an approval for consensual sexual acts. And while these acts were taking place, there were 3 other accused. As you can see their images on your screen. They would then record these actions and in compromising positions when the couple would be. Now, when they had the videos with them, they were forced to convert, marry, and most likely the men would say no to that. And when they would say no to the conversion, they would be forced to pay some ransom, and extortion of money took place. About 60 to 70,000 rupees per individual, and that led to about 50 to 60 lakh rupees that they had eventually been able to amass. And that is when the matter eventually reached the cops, while the men were being blackmailed for more and more money. And eventually the cops were able to investigate this further. Now, the shocking thing is that this model, the woman, her name is Neha alias Meher. She's absconding for now. She's still missing. She's not been arrested. While the gang and these men on your screens have been taken into judicial custody for now.
बाकी से तो सब हिंदू से ही कन्वर्ट हुए हैं मुसलमान हिंदुस्तान में और उसकी मिसाल हमारी कश्मीर में.
This comment of the former Chief Minister of the erstwhile state of Jammu and Kashmir, Ghulam Nabi Azad, has set the cat among pigeons. Speaking at Doda in Jammu and Kashmir, Azad sparked off a new debate with his comment that everybody in India had been Hindu. In fact, in Jammu and Kashmir, everyone was a Pandit before Islam came.
हमारे हिंदुस्तान में इस्लाम सिर्फ और वैसे ही पूरा इस्लाम तो आया ही है 1500 साल पहले. हिंदू धर्म बहुत पुराना है. तो बाहर से आए होंगे 10-20, वो जब मुगलों के वक्त में उनकी फौज में थे. बाकी तो सब हिंदू से ही कन्वर्ट हुए हैं मुसलमान हिंदुस्तान में.
While some hailed Ghulam Nabi Azad's comments, the Congress was clearly upset. National Conference Vice President Omar Abdullah hit out at Azad, insisting he was trying to appease powers that be.
आजाद साहब ने किस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में कहा, क्यों कहा, किसको खुश करने के लिए कहा, ये तो आजाद साहब ही कह सकते हैं ना, मैं नहीं कह सकता हूं.
PDP Chief Mehbooba Mufti came out with a shocker in an exclusive conversation with India Today.
He should say that कि हमारे जो पूर्वज थे वो बंदर थे.
You should say he should go back.
He should go back there
to the Stone Age.
Yeah, he should go back to the Stone Age and find out what his forefathers were. I mean, I don't believe in the theory that हमारे forefather बंदर थे. Maybe he believes.
The BJP came out all guns blazing, attacking Mehbooba Mufti.
हालात देश के नहीं खराब, हालात उनके खराब है. उनको
A 7-day nail-biting countdown to the Chandrayaan landing is now well and truly on. In a mega milestone, the Vikram lander split successfully from its mothership 163 kilometers away from the lunar surface. The lander is now moon-bound and will attempt a soft landing on the south corner of the moon at 5:47 p.m. on the 23rd of August. All of India is waiting with bated breath.
It's the final countdown. In one of the most crucial maneuvers yet by Chandrayaan 3, lander Vikram separated from the mothership, the propulsion module, to set up a date with the moon. The Vikram lander, with its rover Pragyan inside, is on its journey now to the moon's south pole, expected to touch down for that historic soft landing on August the 23rd at 5:45 p.m. Our ISRO heroes have done it again. A picture-perfect launch, followed by a super smooth journey into the moon's orbit, But the true test will now come in 6 days.
So whatever that mistakes happened in the Chandrayaan 2 have been corrected in Chandrayaan 3. Also, that additional design margins have been improved. Also, that wherever the redundancy is not there, now it's put in. That way, we have more confidence on Chandrayaan 3 to be successful.
Equipped with 4 landing legs and 4 landing thrusters of 800 newtons each, Vikram is designed for a soft landing on the moon. It carries within it a rover named Pragyan. 1 billion Indians are now rooting for Chandrayaan 3, and congratulations are pouring in for our ISRO heroes who continue to work day in and out to ensure a 100% successful mission.
No, certainly a matter of great satisfaction and a moment of pride for each one of us. Whereas the propulsion module will keep moving and keep taking pictures. So now the roles have got divided and each of the components will perform its respective roles.
It is also a symbol of India's growing capability and capacity, and I hope Chandrayaan 3 works out to be a very successful mission.
With lander Vikram making the difficult journey now to the moon's surface on its own, what happens to the propulsion module that helped Chandrayaan travel so far? Well, ISRO has confirmed that the propulsion module will continue its journey in its current orbit around the moon. Now, Vikram is on its final lap now, and 1 billion hopes are pinned on this 1,778 kilogram lander and rover to fulfill our Chandrama dreams. Onward and upward, Chandrayaan. With Pramod Madhav, Bureau Report, India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Hello and welcome. You're watching India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal and we'll be focusing on Chandrayaan 3's journey to the moon. We're inching closer and closer, and ISRO has now released footage of what lander Vikram's view looks like. Stunning images of the moon coming your way. A look at the headlines first. New close-up images of the moon captured by Vikram lander released. Chandrayaan 3 deboosting shortly to get closer to the moon. Scandal quakes. Unacademy teacher gives vote gyan, gets fired. Unacademy stokes controversy, invites criticism after firing. Sextortion racket run by Mumbai model busted in Bengaluru. Men trapped and blackmailed with sex videos, coerced into marriage, conversion and extortion. Maharashtra MLA is armed to his Chief Minister Shinde for cabinet berths. Shinde MLA claimed one MLA had blackmailed that his wife will kill herself if he doesn't get a cabinet berth. Bizarre solution to quota suicides. Student suicides on rise. Officials come up with the solution of fixing the fans. Quota, remember, has witnessed over 22 suicides in 2023 alone. Shocker from Mumbai train station. Couple beats up man on railway tracks. Train then runs him over. Protests in Jadavpur University turn ugly after students show black flags to Shubhendu Adhikari. TMC claims BJP goons thrashed students. We're getting you the latest updates on Chandrayaan 3, which is inching closer and closer to the moon. 5 days to go for it to make that soft landing, and in just some time from now, the deboosting procedure will kick off. ISRO had said that it's going to happen somewhere between 4 to 6 p.m. What exactly do we mean by the deboosting process? Essentially, lander Vikram's orbit will be brought 112 kilometers around the moon. So closer, it was at 163, now it will be at 112 kilometers tomorrow. It will be brought to 24 kilometers near the moon. That's on 19th August at 1:30 a.m. is when that crucial maneuver will take place. And that will mean that we're at the closest point to the moon starting tomorrow. These maneuvers is something ISRO is confident about, but extremely crucial in that final chapter of making a soft landing on the moon's south pole, which will happen as scheduled on 23rd August at 5:45 p.m. But somewhere between now to 6 p.m. is when that crucial maneuver will take place, where Chandrayaan 3, where lander Vikram, which has rover Pragyan with him, will in fact be going closer to the moon's surface, will be brought to 112 kilometers. Shilpa Nair is joining us with more details on this. Shilpa, those pictures that we're showing is up close and personal with the moon, and you think you can't get any closer to the moon before landing, but we're actually about 160 kilometers away from the moon. We're going to be getting closer in the next 2 hours.
Well, absolutely, Akshita. We're inching closer to the moon, and those images that ISRO has put out is nothing but spectacular. And we're just breaking this information. ISRO has in fact put out the latest update. In fact, it says the lander module's health is normal, and the lander module successfully underwent a deboosting operation that reduced its orbit to 113 kilometer into 157 kilometer. And the second deboosting operation is scheduled for August 20th around 2 a.m. That is what ISRO has just put out. This is the breaking update that we're getting as far as the Chandrayaan 3 mission is concerned, because the ISRO had planned for a deboosting maneuver around 2 p.m., around 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. today, and that maneuver has been successful is what ISRO has just put out. That means the orbit of the landing module, or the lander module, has been successfully lowered by the ISRO, and the next deboosting maneuver will take place on August 20th. So that, of course, is the big update coming in from the side of the ISRO. And just a short while back, of course, ISRO had put out those brilliant images, those spectacular images of the lunar surface. In fact, those were images captured by the lander imager camera just after it was separated from the propulsion module on August 17th, which was yesterday. So yesterday, of course, there was a whole separation that took place. The propulsion module and the lander module got separated, and immediately after that, one of the cameras attached to the lander module, of course, took these images, and that is the image that ISRO has put out, which clearly shows the lunar surface full of crates, and possibly somewhere around that area is where Chandrayaan 3 will be making the soft landing on August 23rd. So all eyes now on August 23rd, when Chandrayaan 3 will be making that soft landing. It is expected to take place around 5:30 to 5:45 p.m. that evening. But so far, whatever maneuvers ISRO has completed, what they have undertaken, all of it has been successful. Right from the launch to the deboosting exercise that was performed today, all of them have been successful, and that is precisely what ISRO was hoping to do as well. Even though the mission was, it couldn't be completed last time around.
It's been picture perfect so far, but as you pointed out, Shilpa, ISRO has confirmed that the deboosting has been done. We're that much closer now to the moon. The next deboosting operation will happen on August 20th, not on August 19th. That's been confirmed now by ISRO, but now it's been reduced as far as the distance between the lander and the moon is concerned. It's reduced its orbit to 113 by 157 kilometers. What that essentially means is that we're about 113 kilometers away from the moon's surface. Now on August 20th, when the next maneuver will take place, which will be at about 2 a.m., that deboosting operation is also going to be crucial, because it will bring that distance down from 113 to about 24 kilometers, the closest point to the moon. that operation also will be very, very important, because that means that we're as close to the moon as we can get before actually touching down. So at this point, as Shilpa and I have been highlighting, it's all picture perfect, running as per schedule. Every single timeline, every single deadline so far has been met. All the pictures that you see on your screens there, on the right of your screens, are pictures that ISRO has released of the view right now that lander Vikram is enjoying. And what a view it is. You can see the moon's surface so very clearly. And now the Chandrayaan 3 is just about 113 kilometers from the lunar surface. August 23rd, Shilpa, is when we're going to be seeing that crucial soft landing taking place. But right now, in every conversation that we've had with the ISRO team, they're extremely confident that they've got it right this time and everything is going as per plan.
Well, absolutely. In fact, whenever we speak to scientists at ISRO and even the former scientists who worked on the previous Chandrayaan missions, all of them are extremely confident that this time around, we are going to soft land on the lunar surface. And because, last time when the mission was, couldn't get completed because of certain technical glitches and errors that took place, ISRO has learned from those errors. And that is one of the biggest strengths of this organization, this team of brilliant scientists that we have at ISRO, that they learn from their mistakes and they rectify it. They analyze it thoroughly. Whatever changes had to be made, they have done it this time around and they've launched it. Chandrayaan 3 was launched with full confidence that, this time we will make that soft landing on the lunar surface. And so far, whatever maneuvers had to be performed, it has all been successful. It has gone on without any kind of glitch. And the latest update, of course, is that, the ISRO had performed a deboosting exercise, a deboosting maneuver for the lander module, and that of course was performed successfully. And the current distance, like you pointed out, Akshita, it has been reduced, the orbit has been reduced to 113 kilometer. So that of course is the current update, and as days progress, the lander module will be brought down, the distance will further come down, and of course on August 23rd is when that soft landing will take place as far as Chandrayaan 3 is concerned. But meanwhile, ISRO, because there's a lot of excitement around the country, space enthusiasts, and everyone is very, very excited about this mission. And that is the reason why ISRO also has been putting out various updates, keeping everyone updated about the health of the lander module, what exactly is happening to the propulsion module, the images, because even ISRO knows that the entire country is hooked on to this, and everyone's waiting for updates from the team at ISRO. And that is the reason why all these updates are being put out by the team. The propulsion module, of course, is still orbiting around the moon, even though it was separated from the lander module. And the propulsion module will continue to carry out various studies, such as studying the atmosphere of Earth, etc. So array of tasks being completed, even as the ISRO is finishing one maneuver after another. The next deboosting exercise, of course, will be carried out on August 20th. That, of course, is the latest update.
And that's going to happen at 2 a.m. But here on India Today, we will ensure we stay up and get you all those live updates. Thanks very much, Shilpa, for joining us. Stunning images of the moon that you see on the right of your screens there, released by the ISRO team. These are pictures clicked by lander Vikram. And this was when it was in its previous orbit. Now, as we speak, it's reached even closer to the moon. And that means essentially the nail-biting countdown for India's moonshot has officially kicked off. The deboosting of Chandrayaan 3 has been concluded. This is the first part of the deboosting operation, and it's part of essentially the final preparations, where every single time you see a deboosting, you're going to be seeing lander Vikram getting closer and closer to the moon. At this point, it's been brought about 112 to 113 kilometers around the moon. Now, on 19th August, actually at this point, ISRO has confirmed that will be on 20th August. 20th August, 2 a.m. is when Chandrayaan will move even closer. The next deboosting will happen, which will bring it to the closest point of the moon at 24 kilometers. ISRO announced that Chandrayaan 3's lander module has successfully separated from the propulsion module. This was announced yesterday. All through it was a propulsion module that was powering Chandrayaan 3. Now lander Vikram is on his own, traveling with 1,700 kilos on him to the moon.
Yes, everything is going as per planned, this one. We are working out that different maneuvers. Now that yesterday when we separated, it was like 167 kilometer orbit or so. Now it will be decreased to the final orbit of that 30 kilometers by 100 kilometers there. Okay. Deboost, this one, every day it will be there. So small that maneuvers will be there. This one. It is not nothing special, this one. And finally, anyway, we need to achieve the orbit of 100 kilometers by 30 kilometers. Because 30 kilometers is the place from where this our descent is started, getting started. This orbit will be trimmed to get into the 30 kilometers by 100 kilometers orbit. Yes, this is the orbit from this is the altitude, 30 kilometer altitude from which this lander will start journey towards surface of the Earth, moon. So the next few days, the maneuvers will be done to achieve this particular orbit size.
Yes, obviously, and I think a very short while from now, it will descend further to closer orbit. It's gradually inching towards the surface of moon. And I'm sure these pictures will excite every Indian, but for the scientific fraternity, they would have other connotations as well. The imagery would give indication of the kind of craters, the kind of surface, the kind of milieu over there. So I think it's appropriate to say that the lander has started doing its work even before it's started performing its task even before it has landed.
So Chandrayaan-3 mission blasted off for the moon on 14th July. In its more than a month-long journey, it successfully completed several crucial maneuvers and is now nearing a very, very exciting finish. The lander will descend to a slightly lower orbit in the coming days as well. It's already come down to the 113-kilometer orbit, to 24-kilometer orbit next in 2 days from now. Let's round up for you all the key highlights in Chandrayaan's journey so far.
Chandrayaan-3 spacecraft and propulsion module, having spent 34 days together, parted ways and embarked on their respective journeys on 17th August. The propulsion module separated from the lander while in lunar orbit. A day before, on 16th August, the spacecraft had successfully completed a crucial firing operation, placing it into an orbit of 153 kilometers by 163 kilometers around the moon. This marked the completion of the lunar-bound maneuvers and brought the spacecraft one step closer to its ultimate goal of landing on the south pole of the moon.
It is really a vital element, because now you look at your Chandrayaan-3 mission, basically consists of 3 plus 1 4 modules type of thing. First is LVM-3, which has taken the composite of Vikram lander, propulsion module, and the Pragyan, the rover, to the 36,000 kilometer highly elliptical orbit. From there, using 5 earthbound maneuvers, propulsion module has taken the composite of Vikram lander and the Pragyan to the lunar orbit. Again, the lunar orbit also, from the elliptical orbit, it has now brought to the near circular, close to the moon, around 153 kilometer orbit. It has brought 153 by 163 kilometer. So now the important thing is, final thing is softly and securely landing on the moon.
The propulsion module is a box-like structure with a large solar panel and a cylinder on top. It is responsible for carrying the lander and rover configuration until the spacecraft reaches 100 kilometers lunar orbit. The propulsion module will now continue its role as a communication relay satellite.
Now Vikram has to take its own course of action. Further, it has to separate. So even after separating, then the major event comes. The major event is 4 800 Newton thrusters. They have to fire to take it to the lower orbit. that also will be done in 2 steps, and ensuring that all the 3 systems are working properly. These 2 steps it will go down, put 100-kilometer orbit, then from 100 to go to the 30-kilometer orbit. 100 by 30 kilometer orbit. That's a very, very vital. But when it's going very closer to the Earth, so the position of the module has to be ascertained properly.
Carrying hopes of billions of Indians, Bahubali rocket LVM-3 lifted off from Sriharikota on 14th of July, with Chandrayaan-3 aiming to land a rover on the moon's surface. The takeoff was picture perfect. More than a month later, it's now on its last leg to make history, an Indian space dream come true.
Let's move on to some other stories also that we're tracking this evening. The protests continue in Kolkata's Jadavpur University over the suicide of a student. The BJP and TMC are at loggerheads in West Bengal over the ruckus that occurred outside the Jadavpur University campus yesterday. The BJP and the Revolutionary Students Federation students clashed with each other after BJP leader Shuvendu Adhikari was allegedly shown black flags. The ruling Trinamool Congress has now slammed the opposition leader Shuvendu Adhikari. These are live images that we're showing to you right now from outside the Jadavpur University campus, where you can see a BJP protest that's currently underway. This comes after Shuvendu Adhikari was accused by the TMC of creating ruckus outside the campus. When he was there were black flags that were shown. It led to clashes, including a trans student being assaulted. And there's been back and forth with Shuvendu Adhikari blaming the RSF and blaming the TMC, saying they're the ones who instigated the violence. The TMC in turn has blamed the BJP, saying that they resorted to rioting and this kind of violence on the streets of Kolkata outside the Jadavpur University. Let's get you those live updates. We'll connect with our reporter in just a bit to tell you what's really happening there on the ground. But it's unfortunate really that once again you're seeing an incident of the suicide of a student being completely politicized in this manner. Suryagni Roy is joining us live with more details on this. Suryagni, I understand there's a protest right now happening outside the Jadavpur University.
Well, Akshita, this was the exact spot where the BJP was on a dharna for the past 2 days. Today morning, this stage was being dismantled by the cops over here, and ever since that, the BJP, the Yuva Morcha, they are protesting over here. They were protesting in front of the Jadavpur police station as well. Now they are over here at that exact spot where they were conducting their dharna. Over here, we'll try and आप लोग यहाँ पे क्यों protest कर रहे हो?
आप लोग जानते हैं भारतीय जनता युवा मोर्चा का जो आंदोलन था ये स्टूडेंट के लिए था, स्टूडेंट फोरम के लिए था।
ये जो स्टेज हटाया गया था पहले, पुलिस ने आप लोगों को क्या बोला?
ये 16 तारीख का है, 16 से 29 तारीख का परमिशन था। कल हम लोग का बीजेपी नेता शुभेंदु आया था। शुभेंदु का जाने का बाद ये अति वामपंथी का छात्र लोग काला पताका दिखाया उसका गाड़ी का ऊपर।
आज स्टेज क्यों हटाया पुलिस ने?
आज स्टेज हटाया पुलिस ने, चाह रहा है जो हम बीजेपी लोग जो है साधारण कर्मी जो है।
Now the police are trying to make sure, because the traffic was stopped over here, Akshita. This is a huge there's a huge development over here because it's a main road and people the traffic was not plying. The police are here to make sure that the traffic plies, and that is something that is happening. You can see at one end when the BJP is still protesting over there. We spoke to them. Yuva Morcha Karyakartas are here. We were speaking to them and they were protesting over here. The road was completely blocked. That created a lot of traffic over here. And now the police are here to make sure that the traffic plies, because it's a very, very important road in Kolkata. So this is what is happening over here in front of Jadavpur University, where the BJP, they claimed that they had permission till the 19th. However, their stage was dismantled, and that is the reason why they are protesting over here. Back to you, Akshita.
Okay, we can see the sloganeering that's continuing right now outside the Jadavpur University. Things becoming tense right now. But why are these kind of political protests even being allowed, Suryagni? Why has it turned so political, this entire incident of the suicide of a student in Jadavpur University? Suryagni, can you hear me?
But there's another ruckus that is happening over here. Akshita, there's another ruckus that is happening with policemen and the Bharatiya Janata Party karyakartas over here. Yuva Morcha people have gher out the policeman over here. We'll try and get an insight on what is happening. We'll put a mic across what has happened. You can see there's a war of words that's happening between police.
देखिए पुलिस जो है मुख्यमंत्री के इशारे पे आंदोलन को खराब करना चाहती है। हम लोग शांतिपूर्ण आंदोलन कर रहे हैं। मुख्यमंत्री और विनीत गोयल के इशारे पर यादवपुर के वसी विनोद जी आकर के जो है वो जबरन युवा मोर्चा के साथियों को हटाना चाहते हैं। पुलिस दलाली कर रही है।
This is the on ground situation over here. You have seen the ruckus was getting erupted. They claim that they were being stopped from protesting, and that is the reason why Akshita, another round of heated argument happened between the police over here and the Bharatiya Janata Yuva Morcha karyakartas. Back to you, Akshita.
Okay, so the ruckus continuing, the clashes being reported there, things taking a very, very political turn right now. And you've got the BJP staging this protest, even as the TMC has accused the BJP right now, Suryagni, of vitiating the atmosphere there.
Akshita, if you could come again, couldn't get your question. If you can, repeat.
I was asking you, Suryagni, about the back and forth, the political back and forth, and how the TMC has blamed the BJP right now for the violence, saying that they vitiated the atmosphere.
Well, the war of words between the Trinamool, the SFI, the students, the left-wing students front, and the BJP, it's on for ever since the untoward incident had happened.
We've got big political news coming in right now. In the run-up to 2024, it looks like it could be Smriti Irani versus Rahul Gandhi once again in battleground Amethi. UP Congress chief has made a big statement where he's confirmed that Rahul Gandhi will contest from Amethi. This despite the fact that Rahul lost in 2019 to Smriti Irani. Remember that he'd chosen Wayanad as well as Amethi. He lost in Amethi and then won in Wayanad. But this was a huge embarrassment for Rahul Gandhi. Is he willing to go up against Smriti Irani again? As for the UP Congress, it is very much happening. Let's play out first for you what the UP Congress chief has said. Okay, we'll play that out for you in just a bit. But Ajay Rai, who is the UP Congress chief, has confirmed, saying that Rahul Gandhi will contest from Amethi. We don't know about Priyanka and whether she'll choose Varanasi to take on Prime Minister Modi. But Rahul Gandhi will win back Amethi is what the Congress believes. What this means essentially is that there's going to be a tantalizing political contest in 2024. That Rahul Gandhi is going to be up against Smriti Irani perhaps once again in the constituency that he lost. There's been endless speculation on whether Rahul would dare to do it or whether he'd choose to stick to Wayanad because he's won from that particular seat. And with the kind of defeat that he suffered in 2019, it was a huge blow, optics-wise and otherwise, for his political career. But let's play out for you what the UP Congress chief has said.
बिल्कुल राहुल गांधी अमेठी से लड़ेंगे। अमेठी के लोग यहाँ आए हैं और जहाँ से प्रियंका गांधी जी की इच्छा बनारस अगर होगी, हमारा एक कार्यकर्ता उनके लिए जान लड़ा देगा। बिल्कुल राहुल गांधी अमेठी से लड़ेंगे। अमेठी के लोग यहाँ आए हैं और जहाँ से प्रियंका गांधी जी की इच्छा बनारस अगर होगी, हमारा एक कार्यकर्ता उनके लिए जान लड़ा देगा।
Okay, this is the big breaking news. You just heard Ajay Rai there very clearly saying 100% Rahul Gandhi will fight from Amethi. Does this then set the stage for a Smriti Irani versus Rahul Gandhi battle? And is this something that the Congress High Command is also going to be confirming very, very soon? All along it's been assumed that Rahul Gandhi may go with the safe option of choosing a Wayanad. Would he dare to go back to the seat, back to the constituency that he lost in 2019, and very badly at that, to Smriti Irani? Abhishek Mishra is joining us with more details on this huge news break that's coming in right now. Abhishek, you've got the UP Congress chief without any grain of doubt saying that Rahul Gandhi will be contesting from Amethi.
Well, absolutely, and it's a very big news with the fact that how the Congress party is constantly making an effort in Uttar Pradesh, and it is very clear now, as per the UP newly appointed state chief Ajay Rai, who has made that statement in Varanasi, that Rahul Gandhi will be contesting from Amethi. And whatever has happened in the last couple of months, specifically with the seat of Wayanad, and the kind of allegation which the BJP was constantly making, that Rahul has no point and utilization in Uttar Pradesh, and the challenge which was always been open. But this time it looks like for the battle of 2024, Rahul Gandhi will contest from Amethi, and it's going to be a one-on-one fight between Rahul Gandhi and Smriti Irani, who is the incumbent member of parliament from Amethi. If she stays on that on that seat, that's going to be very interesting. But there are some major developments that needs to happen. The Congress is also expecting a new UP in charge that will also be declared very soon. And if Priyanka Gandhi Vadra decides this time to contest either from Amethi or from Raebareli, that is also going to make it a very big battle between the Congress party and the BJP on those two specific seats. But it's a big statement, and a lot of reactions are coming with how now the Congress party is looking at it, and Rahul Gandhi, who looks like will be contesting from Amethi this time after what he has lost in the 2019, but this time it is looking like that he will be back in Amethi. Yes.
Interesting. And Ajay Rai also talks about the possibility of Priyanka Gandhi contesting from Varanasi to take on the Prime Minister, something that's been doing the rounds. But what he said with 100% confidence is that Rahul Gandhi is going to be contesting from Amethi, which is a very, very interesting strategy considering the kind of loss that he suffered in 2019, Abhishek. It wasn't by a small margin. It was a big, big body blow for Rahul Gandhi for his political career, and to go back to the seat in which he's lost is a huge, huge statement from the Congress, if it's actually true, if Rahul Gandhi confirms that.
Well, Akshita, we need to understand one thing, that, throughout the campaign last time, specifically in the 2019 elections, Rahul Gandhi spoke about, and the Congress spoke about the kind of sentiment they share with Amethi. It has always been a Congress Gandhi bastion, family bastion, and at the same time, Smriti Irani has done a campaign saying that she wants to deliver something specifically for this constituency. But this time, with the kind of environment which has been created, it's an India alliance. So it looks like that, with the support of the Samajwadi Party and the gap which was there in the last election, that is something which could be fulfilled. But it's going to be a very tough battle for Amethi, and specifically for Raebareli as well, if the both seats will again belong to the Gandhi family and they will be contesting against the BJP.
All right, this is a big, big political news break, one that will have huge, huge repercussions for both the BJP and the Congress in Uttar Pradesh in 2024. Thanks very much, Abhishek, for getting us those details. And with that news break, I'm slipping into a short break here on India Today. Coming up on the other side, we're getting you all the details on the controversy, the scandal that's quaked An Academy. A teacher who gave vote gyan has been fired.
You are watching India Today.
modus operandi of this extortion gang in Bengaluru via Mumbai. Here's what happened. They would contact some of these men from a Telegram application, send them text messages, which would be, of course, very appealing in nature. And then eventually they would meet these men. There would be an approval for consensual sexual acts. And while these acts were taking place, there were 3 other accused. As you can see their images on your screen. They would then record these actions and in compromising positions when the couple would be. Now when they had the videos with them, they were forced to convert, marry, and most likely the men would say no to that. And when they would say no to the conversion, they would be forced to pay some ransom, and extortion of money took place. About 60 to 70,000 rupees per individual, and that led to about 50 to 60 lakh rupees that they had eventually been able to amass. And that is when the matter eventually reached the cops while the men were being blackmailed for more and more money. And eventually the cops were able to investigate this further. Now the shocking thing is that this model, the woman, her name is Neha alias Meher. She's absconding for now. She's still missing. She's not been arrested. While the gang and these men on your screens have been taken into judicial custody for now.
क्या करें आप गरीबों के लिए? गरीबी हटाओ बोल के बोलते रहे, गरीबों को हटाए, गरीबी नहीं हटाए आप. लेकिन तेलंगाना में 10 साल में जो इंकलाब केसीआर साहब लेके आए, देश में कहीं और नहीं हुआ. तो क्यों जाना है कांग्रेस के साथ? क्यों वोट देना है कांग्रेस के साथ? क्यों देना है भाई कांग्रेस को वोट? कितने साल और मौका देते? नहीं थे क्या राज में? 62 इयर्स नहीं थे? तेलंगाना में भी थे 62 इयर्स. उनकी नानी थी, पप्पा थे, दादा थे, परदादा थे, सभी लोग थे. क्या हुआ? बदलाव आया? नहीं आया. फिर क्यों मौका देना है उनको?
They came together with the aim of taking on Narendra Modi in 2024, but are themselves divided by political interests, from Maharashtra to Delhi to Bengal. India, the alliance of opposition parties, is fighting many battles within. In Delhi, the Aam Aadmi Party and Congress are in a tug of war for the 7 Lok Sabha seats in the capital. The divisions became public on Wednesday after a meeting between state and central leaders of the Congress. Alka Lamba's declaration sparked an instant showdown, with top leaders trying to cool tempers. While Congress and Aam Aadmi Party are still sniping at each other, they are clearly united in their attacks against the Modi government.
जब से मणिपुर की घटना घटी है, प्रधानमंत्री जी चुप हैं. मणिपुर के अंदर 6500 एफआईआर हो गई 190 दिन के अंदर. 3 मई से लेकर 31 जुलाई के बीच में 6500 एफआईआर हो गई. प्रधानमंत्री जी चुप रहे. मणिपुर में 4000 लोगों के घर जला दिए गए. प्रधानमंत्री जी चुप रहे.
In Maharashtra, the alliance is on tenterhooks. NCP Chief Sharad Pawar's frequent meetings with his rebel nephew and Maharashtra Deputy CM Ajit Pawar have created fear among his allies that the senior leader could be planning a jump to the NDA. Pawar hasn't denied or confirmed getting ministerial offers, but insists he stays with the Vikas Aghadi, while continuing to attack the BJP. The Congress and Shiv Sena UBT, though wary of the wily Maratha leader, are putting up a brave front. In West Bengal, it's TMC versus Congress and CPM. Congress leader Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has levelled serious allegations against the Mamata Banerjee government in the Jadavpur University fiasco, where a student died by suicide. All eyes are now on the Mumbai meeting of the India Alliance members. Will the opposition parties be able to rise above their differences to forge a united front? Bureau Report, India Today.
are watching India Today.
Welcome back. EdTech firm Unacademy is the latest to be rocked by a scandal. A former tutor was allegedly fired by Unacademy for asking voters to vote wisely in the next election. While Unacademy claims the teacher, Karan Sangwan, was let off, his personal opinions are not allowed in the classrooms, netizens have launched a mass uninstall campaign against Unacademy.
लेकिन एक चीज याद रखना, अगली बार जब भी अपना वोट दो, किसी पढ़े लिखे इंसान को अपना वोट देना ताकि
This video of Karan Sangwan urging his students to vote for Padha Likha or educated politicians has cost him his job.
लेकिन एक चीज याद रखना,
Days after the video went viral, Sangwan's employer, Unacademy, which faced backlash from BJP supporters, sacked the entrance coach.
कुछ दिनों से एक वीडियो बहुत ज़्यादा वायरल हो रही है और जिस वीडियो की वजह से मैं कंट्रोवर्सी में आ गया हूं, और उस कंट्रोवर्सी की वजह से मेरे काफ़ी सारे स्टूडेंट्स जो कि जुडिशियल सर्विस एग्जामिनेशंस के लिए प्रिपेयर कर रहे हैं, उनको काफ़ी सारे कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस फेस करने पड़े। साथ ही साथ में मुझे तो करने ही हैं कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस, मैं कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस काफ़ी सारे फेस कर रहा हूँ क्योंकि मेरे पास भी बहुत सारे मेरे पेरेंट्स हैं।
In the viral video, Sangwan can be heard advising students vote for a literate politician and not ones who only changes names. Many on the net claimed the comment was targeted at Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Sangwan's comment sparked a political controversy. Reacting to the video, Aam Aadmi Party Supremo Kejriwal went on to say that illiterate public representatives can never build modern India of 21st century.
अब ये पढ़े लिखे शब्द जो है ऐसा फील होने लगा है कि ये सत्ता विरोध का प्रतीक बनता जा रहा है। इंस्टीट्यूट इसी दहशत में आकर के निकालने का फैसला लिया होगा, क्योंकि ये संभव है कि जिस इंस्टीट्यूट के टीचर ने ये कहा कल सीबीआई और ईडी पहुंच जाए।
Congress too jumped in the fray and raised questions over the sudden termination of educator Karan Sangwan. The Grand Old Party went on to say that teachers in the country are facing this humiliation.
Very surprised at the hostility which this government shows towards education and educational institutions. So whether it's this academy, whether it's Ashoka University, whether it's Aligarh Muslim University, Jamia, This government, the Modi government, is out to destroy our educational institutions.
Breaking silence on the issue, an academy issued a statement saying classroom is not a place to share personal opinions and views as they can wrongly influence students. The edtech firm further said that it was forced to part ways with Karan Sangwan as he was in breach of the code of conduct. However, the firing of the teacher has split the netizens, with many coming out in support of Karan Sangwan. There are others who believe he should have been let off with a warning. Bureau Report, India Today.
A massive sextortion racket has been busted by the Bengaluru police. Neha, aka Meher, a Mumbai model, along with 3 others, allegedly amassed over 35 lakh rupees from sextortion activities. Over 50 men are believed to have fallen victim to this gang's manipulation and extortion. Her 3 associates have been nabbed. The main piece of the puzzle, the mastermind, the Mumbai model, is still missing.
In pursuit of a female sextortionist, Bengaluru police are currently searching for this woman, Neha alias Meher. Originally from Maharashtra, the woman has been named in a complaint for allegedly blackmailing her victims. She allegedly targeted men through the Telegram messaging platform, lure them to her home, and orchestrating covert recordings of sexual encounters with the involvement of her male accomplices. This alleged criminal operation led by Neha, also known as Meher, has been active in Bengaluru for a year and a half. The men she allegedly ensnared were subsequently subject to blackmail. They were coerced into marriage, conversion to Islam, or extortion of funds. Failing compliance, they were threatened with the release of compromising videos on the internet. The case now registered in Bengaluru's Puttanhalli police station. Each of her victims reportedly succumbed to the extortion demands. One of the complainants disclosed that he was coerced into giving her up to 60,000. Her 3 accomplices, all from Karnataka, have been arrested. According to the police, the gang amassed over 35 lakh rupees from this extortion activities. Around 50 men are believed to have fallen victim to this gang's manipulation and extortion. Yet the mastermind behind this operation remains at large. The primary suspect, Neha alias Meher, is suspected to be evading capture somewhere in Mumbai. Bureau Report, India Today.
We're a week into the release of 3 big outings of Gadar 2, OMG 2 and Jailer. The Sunny Deol starrer is still unstoppable, crossing 250 crores in India. Here are all the details of how all 3 films have shattered box office records.
Sunny Deol and Amisha Patel star Gadar 2 has continued to wreak havoc at the Indian box office. It is not just a film but an unbelievable emotion. And these images of fans flocking to theatres, dancing, cheering, enjoying themselves inside the hall is a proof of that. Queues, no queues. Trucks or even tractors. Huge hoardings, announcements, and even posters all over. Theatrical business is alive and kicking this Independence Day. Thanks to Sunny Deol Starer, which clearly needs no validation, no verdict. Made for the masses, it already is a blockbuster and is certainly unstoppable at the box office. The film minted 40.10 crore rupees on day 1. Day 2 saw a jump with the film raking in 43.8 crore rupees and over 50 crore and 85.29% occupancy on day 3. The collection dipped a little on day 4 with the film minting 38.7 crore, but it raked in 55.40 crore on day 5, creating history as it became the highest ever grosser on Independence Day. And then on August 16, Gadar 2 managed to earn 34.50 crore rupees in India, no mean feat considering it was a weekday. The film's 6-day box office collection now stands at rupees 263.48 crore. According to reports, Gadar 2 is estimated to have collected 22 crore rupees on August 17 with an occupancy of 35.6%. To express his gratitude, Sunny Deol visited several single-screen cinema halls to meet fans, where he even enacted one of his iconic dialogues from the film. Amisha Patel, who reprised her role as Sakina in Gadar 2, on the other hand, also stepped out to greet fans and was even seen flaunting a 22-year-old Gadar ticket. Interestingly, with Gadar 2, Sunny Deol and his team delivered what they promised, and this despite a stiff competition from 3 other big outings.
अगर यहाँ के लोगों को दोबारा मौका मिले ना हिंदुस्तान में बसने का, तो आधे से ज्यादा पाकिस्तान खाली हो जाएगा।
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
कटोरा लेकर घूमोगे, भीख भी नहीं।
You are watching India Today.
देखिए, पूरे देश के अंदर जिस तरह से भाजपा की केंद्र सरकार ने अपने एजेंसियों को दुरुपयोग करके जिस तरह का एक दहशत का माहौल बनाया हुआ है, उसमें हर कोई डरा हुआ है और उस डर का परिणाम ये दिख रहा है कि हर कोई अपने को बचाना चाहता है। मुझे लगता है कि कोई भी अगर ये बात कहता है कि पढ़े लिखे लोगों को वोट दें, तो अब ये पढ़े लिखे शब्द जो है ऐसा फील होने लगा है कि ये सत्ता विरोध का प्रतीक बनता जा रहा है और मुझे लगता है कि इंस्टीट्यूट इसी दहशत में आकर के निकालने का फैसला लिया होगा, क्योंकि ये संभव है कि जिस इंस्टीट्यूट के टीचर ने ये कहा कल सीबीआई और ईडी पहुंच जाए और उस इंस्टीट्यूट को तबाह कर दे, तो एक दहशत का जो माहौल है, मुझे लगता है उसका परिणाम इस घटना में दिख रहा है। धीरे धीरे लग रहा है कि सरकार ऐसे मान बैठी है कि ये उसके खिलाफ यूज किया जा रहा है।
There is a very serious allegation has been raised by former associate editor of Deshabhimani, the mouthpiece of CPM. Unfortunately, the CPM is keeping silence. Chief Minister is speaking silence. For last 6 months, the Chief Minister of Kerala is not speaking to the press or the people. I don't know what happened to him. This is a very serious allegation that money has been embezzled or taken by the Chief Minister as well as the Industries Minister. And I feel that a comprehensive inquiry is necessary to unearth the truth of this matter.
Tell me, is the criteria for the Prime Minister to be that he should be illiterate? Then he can become the Prime Minister? That he should not have no vision except, how the Gaurakshaks should lynch people in the name of Shri Ram? Is that the vision? I think Rahul Gandhi definitely has a much better vision for this country than these Gaurakshaks and other people that, are ruling the country at this point of time. So I think he's educated, very well educated. He has knowledge about everything. I had a, very brief interaction with him and he could talk on all topics. And secondly, he does not seem to be bothered whether he becomes the Prime Minister or not. What is, keeping him on his toes is how to save the idea of India for which Gandhi laid his life. His great-great-grandfather went to jail. His grandmother gave her life. His father gave his life. So I think that is his passion at this point of time. And I think what more do you need in a Prime Minister, if he has a passion to save the idea of India? That's much more important than even becoming the Prime Minister of this country.
बाकी तो सब हिंदू से ही कन्वर्ट हुए हैं मुसलमान हिंदुस्तान में और उसकी मिसाल हमारी कश्मीर में.
This comment of the former Chief Minister of the erstwhile state of Jammu and Kashmir, Ghulam Nabi Azad, has set the cat among pigeons. Speaking at Doda in Jammu and Kashmir, Azad sparked off a new debate with his comment that everybody in India had been Hindu. In fact, in Jammu and Kashmir, everyone was a Pandit before Islam came.
हमारे हिंदुस्तान में इस्लाम सिर्फ और वैसे ही पूरा इस्लाम तो आया ही है 1500 साल पहले. हिंदू धर्म बहुत पुराना है. तो बाहर से आए होंगे 10-20 वो जब मुगलों के वक्त में उनकी फौज में थे. बाकी तो सब हिंदू से ही कन्वर्ट हुए हैं मुसलमान हिंदुस्तान में.
While some hailed Ghulam Nabi Azad's comments, the Congress was clearly upset. National Conference Vice President Omar Abdullah hit out at Azad, insisting he was trying to appease powers that be.
आज़ाद साहब ने किस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में कहा, क्यों कहा, किसको खुश करने के लिए कहा, ये तो आज़ाद साहब ही कह सकते हैं ना, मैं नहीं कह सकता हूँ.
PDP Chief Mehbooba Mufti came out with a shocker in an exclusive conversation with India Today.
He should say that कि हमारे जो पूर्वज थे वो बंदर थे.
You should say he should go back.
He should go back there
to the Stone Age.
Yeah, he should go back to the Stone Age and find out what his forefathers were. I mean, I don't believe in the theory that हमारे forefather बंदर थे. Maybe he believes.
The BJP came out all guns blazing, attacking Mehbooba Mufti.
हालात देश के नहीं खराब, हालात उनके खराब है. उनको कभी नजर नहीं आएगा कि कश्मीर के हालात सुधरे हैं. पत्थरबाजों का समर्थन करने वाले लोग आज उनको नजर नहीं आता कि आम आदमी बिना किसी डर के वहां घूमता है.
Will Ghulam Nabi Azad's comments rekindle the flame of brotherhood and Kashmiriyat, or will vested political interests light up fresh fires to divide people once again remains to be seen.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
A big spate of airline pilot deaths. 2 Indian pilots die in 2 days. A third pilot in Chile dies mid-air. Is there a pattern to the sudden deaths of pilots? Should passengers worry? We explain with calm, sober facts. Our big focus on 5 Live.
If you're an airline passenger, someone who flies very frequently, you must watch today's show because there's a lot of scaremongering that's taking place on media, on social media about pilots dying in the cockpit, pilots dying during flights, and how this can endanger your next flight. No sensationalism. We're going to bring a pilot on board here on our show and explain to you live what a pilot dying during a flight actually means and why this is a story that matters to you as an air passenger. I'm Shiv Arur. This is 5 Live. Let's take you straight to the headlines. New close-up images of the moon captured by the Vikram lander have been released. Chandrayaan 3 deboosting completed. Lander orbit brought 112 kilometers from the moon. Landing scheduled for August the 23rd. Big political newsquake in the run-up to 2024. UP Congress chief claims Rahul Gandhi will be challenging Smriti Irani by contesting from Amethi in 2024. EdTech firm Unacademy lands in a soup after firing a teacher for giving vote gyan. Defending the move, Unacademy says personal opinions not allowed in the classroom. Sextortion racket run by a Mumbai model busted in Bengaluru. Men coerced into marriage and conversion through blackmail. Main accused Neha alias Meher still on the run. Bizarre solution to the tragic spate of suicides of students in Rajasthan's Kota, the coaching epicenter of the country. While student suicides rise, officials fix fans as a remedy. This after Kota has witnessed over 22 suicides just this year alone. And before we go to our main story on airline pilot deaths, I want to bring you the latest that we're tracking from mission Chandrayaan-3. The crucial de-boosting maneuver has just been completed. We can confirm to you here on 5 Live that the de-boosting phase has just been successfully completed. The lander's orbit has reduced now in altitude from 163 kilometers when it separated from the propulsion module yesterday, and it is now 112 kilometers from the surface of the moon. The Chandrayaan lander, the Vikram lander, will be brought 24 kilometers near the moon on the 20th of August, and then on 23rd of August is when that soft landing will be executed by ISRO scientists on the south pole of the moon. Akshita Nandagopal, who's going to be in Bengaluru, by the way, for all our special coverage of Chandrayaan. She's been counting it down, speaking to all the experts and giving us an amazing nail-biting, blow-by-blow running commentary of this amazing feat, is with me. Akshita, the de-boosting phase successfully completed a day after that, amazing separation of the launcher module from the Vikram lander. Explain to us what exactly happened today. In layperson's terms, it looks like that lander is getting closer and closer to the moon now.
And you can't imagine it getting any closer if you look at those pictures, Shiv, because it looks so up close and personal already to the moon. But imagine that these pictures were clicked over 100 kilometers away, 163 kilometers away from the moon. Now, in the last 2 hours, it's gotten closer to the moon. What essentially has happened and what the ISRO scientists are referring to as de-boosting. What that means is essentially lander Vikram, which by the way has a massive payload of about 1,700 kilos, is going on an elliptical orbit around the moon. So every once in a while an operation is conducted where it changes that orbit, goes that much closer to the moon. So from 163, it's become 112 to 113 kilometers. Next, on August 20th at 2 a.m., which means we're all going to be burning the midnight oil. At that time, you're going to be seeing the lander coming to the closest point of the moon, which is just about 24 kilometers. And that's when it gets to the closest point of the moon, Shiv. These pictures that we're showing right now, ISRO hasn't confirmed if this is the South Pole. But you get a sense of how fast really the lander right now is moving. There's one footage which is in the middle of the screens, which was on August 15th. So that was when lander Vikram was still part of the propulsion module. And in that you see, it veering past the moon essentially. And then 2 days later, the latest pictures that we're showing on the right of our screens, that's from yesterday. So that was from the 163 kilometers distance from the lunar surface. And these two pictures show you, what the moon looks like. It's beautiful, it's mesmerizing to say the least. You can see all of the craters, the lunar surface in great detail. Just imagine what it will look like, Shiv, come August 23rd. The ISRO scientists who we've spoken to on India Today maintain that everything is going as per plan, everything is on schedule. So August 23rd at 5:45 p.m. So in 5 days from now on your show, Shiv, we're going to be talking about the soft landing of the lander Vikram on the moon.
Can't really wait for that. I'm wondering how the next 6 days are going to, go. Akshita and I are having sleepless nights. You can only imagine how the ISRO scientists are dealing with the stress, the tension, the anticipation, really. They've done all their work. And, no matter how many times one sees close-up images of the moon, and remember, it's since the 1960s, the Earth has been seeing close-up images of the moon, but these are the newest, most detailed images of the moon, and it is courtesy an Indian spacecraft. There is so much to be proud of, a lot of science to be done. The next 6 days are going to be super exciting. Akshita is going to be there, like I said, in Bengaluru. She's going to be the lucky one on site with the scientists, with everyone there, waiting for that magical moment. Akshita, thanks so much for joining me on that de-boosting phase, because that nail-biting countdown of India's moonshot has now officially begun. 6 days to go. The de-boosting, like Akshita just mentioned, has concluded successfully. Picture perfect, textbook de-boosting, part of the final operations before Chandrayaan-3. The Vikram lander gently lands on the surface of the moon in the South Pole. The lander orbit is now 112 kilometers from the moon. On the 19th of August, Chandrayaan will be only 24 kilometers away from the moon. ISRO on Thursday announced that the Chandrayaan-3 spacecraft's lander module has already separated successfully. We showed you those images as well. So everything is going like clockwork. Everything is on track. And and we're all hoping for a perfect and successful landing 5 days from now. And now we shift focus to our main story here on 5 Live. In the last 3 days, in different parts of India and different parts of the world, 3 airline pilots in separate flights have died either while they were flying their aircraft or right before they were to begin flying an aircraft. 2 of those incidents happened here in Indian airspace. The deaths are, of course, unconnected. But social media and other media have been abuzz with very unsettling headlines like the one I just read out to you. 3 airline pilots in 3 days. What's going on? Is there something that we are missing? Is there something to worry about? Now, first, let me tell you about these 3 separate incidents. The first incident was a Qatar Airways pilot flying from Delhi to Doha, serving as an additional crew member. He collapsed in the passenger cabin and passed away. The second incident was on an Indigo flight from Nagpur to Mumbai. The pilot collapsed at the boarding gate just before the flight and he was taken to a hospital. Tragically, he was brought dead. The third incident took place mid-air between Miami in the United States and Chile's capital Santiago in South America, when the pilot collapsed and lost consciousness only to pass away later. The aircraft, in fact, had to make an emergency landing in Panama. Well, the plane was safe, it was landed successfully, but the pilot was declared dead. 3 pilots in 3 days can sound very alarming at a time when passenger aviation is booming again in the wake of the COVID pandemic. Stories like these can add to anxieties of passengers. So it's very important to shine some light on these incidents, put out the facts, get an expert view on what all of this means, and answer some of those crucial questions that might be bothering you. Because let's face it, aviation is back, flying is back, and everyone needs to take flights. Now, here are some of the most common questions being asked when people see stories of this kind. Number 1, what happens if a pilot dies during a flight? Number 2, can the co-pilot fly and land the plane successfully and safely without the help of the main pilot? These are questions, even if you know the answers, these are questions people have. Number 3, are pilots extra burdened post-COVID? Have their schedules become even more stressful? Number 4, is more scrutiny required for pilot health and pilot schedules? Should they be given more rest and free time? Number 5, are airlines doing anything? Are they cognizant of this problem? Are they doing anything about pilot health? Now, let me share some more details with you about airline pilot stress factors. Remember, pilots are, it's a very glamorous profession. It looks very glamorous, but it is notoriously difficult and demanding. Let's just consider some of these facts. Number 1, very demanding workload, multiple flights, especially in the wake of the COVID pandemic. Pilots require high levels of alertness, sometimes across time zones if they're flying international. There's the burden of the safety of thousands of passengers across sectors that is constantly weighing on the minds of flying crew and pilots. Number 4, slow stress can build up and impact the health of pilots. It can give them cardiac problems, neurological problems, cognitive problems. There is this post-COVID pressure of added workload, which I'll come to in a minute, because I've been getting messages all of the last 1 hour from various pilots who know that I'm going to be doing this show, because we reached out to many of them and they all have a fairly alarming story to tell. COVID aviation slump has added anxiety about job security, about whether their salaries are going to come on time. That has also added mental stress on pilots. Disrupted sleep cycles frequently impact cognitive functions. It can impact smoothness and accuracy of landings in certain extreme cases. Impairment of the ability to multitask. Your cognitive memory within the cockpit can be impaired as a result of lack of sleep and stress. So these are all very, very alarming sounding things, especially in the wake of a spate of pilot deaths that we're seeing. Poulomi Saha is with us. She covers civil aviation for us. She's been in touch with the airlines, the civil aviation regulator. Poulomi, it's always unfair to try and see if there is a pattern here, because each case is completely separate. In one of the cases we're talking about, the pilot died during a flight. He was a third crew member in the passenger cabin. The other pilot, the Indigo pilot, apparently died at the boarding gate before that flight. There are reports of the flight that happened from Miami to Chile where the pilot died, in fact, in the washroom while he was flying. It has basically called attention to the issue of pilot stress, which is certainly not something that can be ignored. What are you hearing about these cases, Poulomi?
Well, obviously, like you did point out, and that disclaimer needs to be clear, that there is no connection within these incidents. There is no pattern to be read into these incidents. But yes, the spotlight needs to be put on the issue of pilots, flying hours and whether they're getting enough rest. What about mental health? And, are airlines providing for enough in order to, of course, create that awareness and, of course, for enough amount of counseling? Indian aviation, Shiv, as you mentioned, has been booming. Obviously, there is much more footfall, passenger traffic at our airports and now flying both domestically and internationally as well. And after sort of, after COVID, and when, of course, those restrictions were lifted and, aircraft took to the air again, there was what was called revenge flying. Everyone wanted to fly. Everyone wanted to get somewhere. So there's a lot of boom in the sector itself. But in the meantime, also, you've heard in the news how, there's been a lot of shake-up in the industry as well. SpiceJet has faced certain question marks that it is trying to answer. The DGCA put the scanner on SpiceJet, and as far as its operations were concerned, Go Air went bust. Akasa, of course, took off during this time. But there's a lot that's happening, and there's a lot of movement that's happening because pilots, of course, are very insecure about their jobs at this moment in terms of their salaries coming in on time as well. And these are some of the issues that they're dealing with. So the stress and anxiety levels are pretty high at this moment, and that spotlight that you've shown on that subject needs to be there.
Very, very true. Poulomi, thanks very much for getting us that update. It is something that cannot be left to chance. It needs urgent attention, and I will tell you why. Poulomi will update us more on this story going forward. Thanks for the moment, Poulomi. We've got some breaking news coming in now. We've got some breaking news on this very topic that has just landed that I want to share with you now. Okay, take a look at this alarming data that's just come in on pilot stress levels, which is precisely what I'm talking about. We've got our hands on documents and data suggesting that 181 pilots have been declared temporarily unfit by a single airline. We won't take that airline's name. Temporarily unfit by a single airline in the last 1 year. 181 pilots temporarily unfit by a single airline. One airline has declared 6 pilots permanently unfit to fly. Body fatigue and stress have been cited as key reasons for 181 pilots to be temporarily medically downgraded and banned from flying, and 6 pilots to be permanently derostered, and the reason are stress and bodily reasons. In fact, India Today's Nagarjun Dwarkanath, who's breaking this this very unsettling data, is with me live. Naga, since we began this broadcast, I've gotten messages from pilots from one particular airline, the same airline that you're talking about right now, and one of the airlines that was actually involved in one of those pilot deaths. And he says the salient aspects of what's going on need to be brought out. He's a serving pilot who's just texted me. He says physically extremely challenging rosters, sleepless for 2 consecutive nights, very, very fatiguing, especially with minimum stipulated rest periods, are taking a severe toll. 181 pilots temporarily, off flying duties, 6 permanently taken off. These are scary numbers, Naga. Put them into perspective for us.
Well, that is true, Shiv. If you can give me at least a couple of minutes to explain what exactly goes through a pilot life. This is not just to one particular airline. Across India, all the airlines, if you speak to the pilots off record, they talk to you about how stressful their job is. It all looks fancy on the outside, but the minimum rest period that they take is 15 to 16 hours from airport to airport. So the time they go back home, they sleep for 8 hours and again have to travel back to the airport. Remember, every airport in Indian metro city is at least an hour away. So again, you have to travel back, spend time with the family, and you have to take care of your physical health. So people end up going to the gym, they diet because you have to be medically fit. And again, after that, go back and fly 8 hours a day. It's a big body fatigue. If you do 4 sectors, for example, say you do Bangalore, Mumbai, Mumbai, Delhi, Delhi, Mumbai, Mumbai, Bangalore back. Trust me, after that 4th sector, you just want to hit the bed. You wouldn't want to talk to your family. You would not want to eat. You just want to go sleep. That's the body stress that one has to go through if you're doing a 4-sector day. And most likely the pilots are doing post-COVID almost 3 days, 4 days a week. They are doing 4 sectors a day and they are giving the minimal rest period. Legally, yes. Minimal rest period is enough, but physically and mentally you need more rest is what pilots are talking about. The companies also will have to understand that you can't push every crew member to the brink and then ask them to work non-stop. This is what happens. It's no one speaks about it in mainstream society about what pilots go through, but definitely there's a stress factor and body fatigue. Once you fly a 4-sector, you'll realize how stressful and how fatigued the body will get post that sector.
This is unsettling, and that's the reason why it's important for people like Nagarjun, who, by the way, let me remind our viewers, is not just our Bangalore chief, but he's also a commercial pilot himself. He knows how to fly a plane and he knows what that stress factor really means. Naga, thanks very much for adding that perspective to this breaking story here on 5 Live. And now I also want to get a serving expert pilot view on this extremely sensitive topic. Group Captain Shantanu Sangar is a commercial pilot. He has flown thousands of hours on a variety of different aircraft, and he knows what it means to be a pilot and have all of these stresses and strains on his, on his mind. Group Captain Sangar, thank you very much for your time, sir, on this topic, in which we believe it's important to bust certain myths and not to sensationalize, because there's a lot of sensationalization going on social media saying 3 pilots have died in a matter of 3 days, and it sounds very alarming for passengers. And yet, the issue of pilot stress is something that cannot be ignored, sir. Can you throw some light on how difficult it is on pilots? And is it true that post-COVID, those stress factors have actually increased?
Yes, good evening. Thanks for calling me on the show. I have a few points to cover. Firstly, it's a very unfortunate incident and my condolences to the families. Yes, stress, fatigue is a silent killer. We must understand that. Sometimes you don't know that you are fatigued. And I will also say the stress and fatigue, both are highly individualistic. Everyone has his own thresholds. So we can't say that that meter works equally for everyone. That is one. I'm an ex-military pilot also. I've seen very stressful situations, having taken part in Kargil as well. Yes. So we have stayed up at night, long nights. We know what pressures are there because of staying up late. But civil aviation is a different story. There were a few questions which you flagged.
Yes.
One, are co-pilots experienced enough to land aircraft? And that is the main reason why it's a 2-person cockpit always. Yes. So the co-pilots are trained to land the aircraft. So that people should not worry. The airlines take into account this fact that there can be a pilot incapacitation. So the co-pilot is very well geared up to land the aircraft. That is first point. Second is about schedules. Yes, they are stressful schedules post-COVID. But at the same time, most of the companies that I have known allow their pilots to say no if they feel that they are overstressed or over-fatigued. And there are companies which have forms also which can be filled up. And you say that either I am fatigued or the crew is fatigued and we do not want to carry on with any flight. So that leeway is available with pilots. But the problem is of recognizing that issue. Sometimes it's to do with your own pride and ego as well, that I can handle it, I can do it. That, like I said, is a very individual matter. I would not like to comment on that. As far as the airlines are concerned, I'll say once again, airlines do have their own procedures in place to ensure whether your fatigue cycles are measured weekly, monthly, and yearly. And companies do make sure that you do not exceed them, and also give leeway to pilots to say no if they feel that they are over fatigued. So
Yeah.
this is from my side.
Group Captain Sangar, also the issue of, things like job security. We saw how aviation was completely paralyzed during COVID, and now there is a lot of revenge flying. There's a huge steep upswing in aviation. Everybody's flying. Everybody's getting onto flights like normal, even more than before the COVID period. What about mental factors, sir? Apart from physical stress and strain of the actual functions, things like job security, things like anxiety about whether there will be another lockdown and things will again get paralyzed once again. Do those things also play on the minds of pilots?
I will say that during the COVID period, the stress levels were definitely very high. A lot of pilots lost their jobs.
Yes.
There were salary cuts in a lot of companies. It happened all across the globe. It was not restricted to our country only.
Yes.
But at the same time, today the situation is different. Like you said, all the airlines are generally on the expansion phase. And here we are talking of all the pilots, that the three cases that you discussed are all captains who are well established. So I do not think that they would have had a stress in terms of job or salary under the present circumstances. I cannot rule out stress and fatigue, but anxiety to do with the job, especially with captains, I do not envisage. I personally feel that the insecurity in terms of jobs is more amongst the first officers than amongst the captains at the given stage, at this stage.
During a flight, Group Captain, and once again, I'd like you to, speak to a flying public out there who is consuming alarmist stories, sensationalizing, the possibility of this being a disaster the next time you fly, that if the pilot becomes incapacitated, there is a real chance of something disastrous happening. What would you say to passengers out there, to calm them down and to assuage their sense of anxiety about flying? Because when they read these stories, they feel, oh my God, I didn't even know about this.
Firstly, when we talk of statistics, we must also talk of the number of flights which are taking place around the globe every day.
Absolutely.
So, like, these are 3 incidents that have happened across the globe. If you see the average, it's very minuscule. At the same time, I will not say that pilot incapacitation is totally ruled out. It can happen. And that is the reason why the co-pilots are trained to take control, take charge, and land the aircraft safely. And all airlines have this procedure in place. They are trained in the simulators, and a lot of training goes behind this, and it can happen either ways. It's not necessarily the captain. The co-pilot can also have an incapacitation situation. So my message to the passengers will be that please understand that the system is in place with 2 pilots there to ensure the safety of passengers at all times, and all airlines are always concerned about their reputation and their pilots' health. So passengers getting unnecessarily bothered about this is not fair, because you must also look at the quantum of flying. It's not
absolutely
3 incidents have happened over 30 sorties or 30 flights. If you look at the numbers, they are very, very large. So look at the percentage. And in all the cases, especially like in this particular case, one happened in the washroom, one was a case at the boarding gate, and only one happened during the flight. Just one thing I would like to add, though we are talking of pilots at the moment, this phenomena has been seen amongst actors, athletes as well. Cardiac arrest is something which no one can predict. And let me also put on record that we go through very stringent tests every year, all the pilots, and checked out for our heart, brain, all other functions in all capacities. So we are actually the fittest guys available.
Absolutely. And one final question, Group Captain, because you've been a military pilot, you've flown in conflict, so you know more than a thing or two about the stresses of aviation concerned, and you've seen both sides of aviation, both military and civil. Just as a matter of curiosity about your own examples, sir, because stress and strain, like you rightly said, is highly individual. No 2 cases can be compared. Everyone reacts differently. How do you cope with the stress? Are there things that you do? Do you meditate? Do you stay fit? Do you hit the gym? What is your routine like, sir, to handle stress?
To handle stress, one of the things that you mentioned, yes, I do meditate. And from my very first day that I started flying in the military, I have had, as I call it, the box concept. That is, I compartmentalize. Keep all my worries of home back, and when I come home, I don't bring my work home. So I try to keep these two things totally separate. And the most important thing which I would like to mention is that for any pilot, whether it is military or the civil, the role of the family is very important in ensuring that the person is stress-free when he goes for flying.
Very, very valuable words. I'm sure all this resonates with all members of the pilot community, but also those who will be looking to take up flying, as well as those who are passengers. I'm thankful to you, Group Captain, and thank you for your service in Kargil and through your military career as well. We salute you, and the calm manner in which you've helped us bust some of those myths is very important, not just for us as a channel, but also our viewership, because they depend on us to put out the realistic picture of what others might, be tempted to sensationalize. So I thank you very much, Group Captain Shantanu Sandar, for being with me here on India Today. Thank you. Also wanted to tell you about another story we've been tracking since late last evening about a massive sextortion racket busted by the Bengaluru police yesterday. Now, the woman on your screen's name is Neha, or her name is Meher, we don't really know. She's a Mumbai model who, along with 3 others like her, allegedly has amassed over 35 lakh rupees from alleged sextortion activities. Over 50 men are believed to have fallen victim to this gang's manipulations and extortions. Her 3 associates have been nabbed, but the main piece of the puzzle, the mastermind, Meher or Neha, whatever her name is still out there and still on the run. Watch this exclusive report.
In pursuit of a female sextortionist, Bengaluru police are currently searching for this woman, Neha alias Meher. Originally from Maharashtra, the woman has been named in a complaint for allegedly blackmailing her victims. She allegedly targeted men through the Telegram messaging platform, lure them to her home, and orchestrating covert recordings of sexual encounters with the involvement of her male accomplices. This alleged criminal operation led by Neha, also known as Meher, has been active in Bengaluru for a year and a half. The men she allegedly ensnared were subsequently subject to blackmail. They were coerced into marriage, conversion to Islam, or extortion of funds. Failing compliance, they were threatened with the release of compromising videos on the internet. The case now registered in Bengaluru's Puttanhalli police station. Each of her victims reportedly succumbed to the extortion demands. One of the complainants disclosed that he was coerced into giving her up to 60,000. Her 3 accomplices, all from Karnataka, have been arrested. According to the police, the gang amassed over 35 lakh rupees from this extortion activities. Around 50 men are believed to have fallen victim to this gang's manipulation and extortion. Yet the mastermind behind this operation remains at large. The primary suspect, Neha alias Meher, is suspected to be evading capture somewhere in Mumbai. Bureau Report, India Today.
And our reporters in Bengaluru have just gotten access to the FIR in this Bengaluru sextortion scandal. shocking details of the manner in which these criminals carried out their work. The FIR says that this sextortion racket kingpin Meher alias Neha lured victims to her residence. The victims were assaulted and threatened by the male accused, and the victim then threatened with circumcision. Victims were then asked to pay 3 lakh rupees by the accused Meher, and that's where things turn a little murky. I want to go across to India Today. Sagai Raj, who's gotten his hands on this FIR. Sagai, the details in the FIR that you've gotten first and exclusive access to are very, very scary. Tell us about those details, and also tell us what the police is saying about where this Meher is. Where is she hiding?
See, if you get access to this FIR, you'll definitely understand the kind of modus of operandi that these people have involved. They used to target the people who belongs to a different community. Their soft targets was a person who doesn't belong to an Islam community, and they used to take him to a house where these 3 accused used to record the video of when that accused girl, Meher, and the victim are in a compromised position. And later on, they barge inside the house, saying that, showing that they have come for the first time, and question him why he is inside. And later on, they threaten him, saying that they will parade him on the streets of JP Nagar because he has barged inside the house and raped the girl. And they will also make him get married to Meher. Since Meher is a Muslim, he had to circumcise and he had to get converted into Islam. And they also demand around 3 lakh rupees if you want to get away from this particular crime. And that's when he gives around 21,500 rupees via phone pay, and he says that he doesn't have money, he has a credit card at home. And they try to take him to his house to get the credit card. That's when he escapes and registers a police complaint where he has alleged that he was being thrashed, beaten up by all these 3 accused. And
yeah.
And arrested these guys, that's when they reveal that they have extorted close to 35 lakh rupees.
So these three men have been arrested, but Meher, who is the kingpin, the centerpiece of this entire, this crime operation, is still at large. The police is hunting for her. India Today has that entire FIR. We'll break it down for you a little later as well in more detail here on Primetime. Sagai breaking that story first and exclusive. Thanks very much for that update, Sagai. And on the other side of this break, we're taking you through all the Gadar 2 frenzy. The film with Sunny Deol is breaking box office records with massive success. But why is Sunny Deol so angry with his fans? We'll tell you next.
In politics, everyone has an opinion, but I have the data. Whose stock is rising? Whose graph is falling? Track India's political stock exchange. Unmatched, unmissable data analytics. The only show on News TV where numbers do the talking. India's most credible poll tracker. The political stock exchange. With Rahul Kamal, only on India Today.
देखिए, पूरे देश के अंदर जिस तरह से भाजपा की केंद्र सरकार ने अपने एजेंसियों को दुरुपयोग करके जिस तरह का एक दहशत का माहौल बनाया हुआ है, उसमें हर कोई डरा हुआ है और उस डर का परिणाम ये दिख रहा है कि हर कोई अपने को बचाना चाहता है। मुझे लगता है कि कोई भी अगर ये बात कहता है कि पढ़े लिखे लोगों को वोट दें, तो अब ये पढ़े लिखे शब्द जो है ऐसा फील होने लगा है कि ये सत्ता विरोध का प्रतीक बनता जा रहा है। और मुझे लगता है कि इंस्टीट्यूट इसी दहशत में आकर के निकालने का फैसला लिया होगा, क्योंकि ये संभव है कि जिस इंस्टीट्यूट के टीचर ने ये कहा कल सीबीआई और ईडी पहुंच जाए, और उस इंस्टीट्यूट को तबाह कर दे। तो एक दहशत का जो माहौल है, मुझे लगता है उसका परिणाम इस घटना में दिख रहा है। धीरे धीरे लग रहा है कि सरकार ऐसे मान बैठी है कि ये उसके खिलाफ यूज किया जा रहा है।
हमारे हिंदुस्तान में इस्लाम सिर्फ वैसे ही पूरा इस्लाम तो आया ही है 1500 साल पहले। हिंदू धर्म बहुत पुराना है, तो बाहर से आए होंगे 10-20। वो जब मुगलों के वक्त में उनकी फौज में थे, बाकी तो सब हिंदू से ही कन्वर्ट हुए हैं मुसलमान हिंदुस्तान में। और उसकी मिसाल हमारी कश्मीर में। कश्मीर में कौन था 600 साल पहले मुसलमान? सब कश्मीरी पंडित थे, सब वही इस्लाम कर गए, बन गए। तो मैंने कहा सब इसी धर्म में पैदा हुए।
Air quality today. In Delhi, 128. In Mumbai, 61. In Kolkata, 52. In Bangalore, 53. In Chennai, 153. In Hyderabad, 128.
They came together with the aim of taking on Narendra Modi in 2024, but are themselves divided by political interests, from Maharashtra to Delhi to Bengal. India, the alliance of opposition parties, is fighting many battles within. In Delhi, the Aam Aadmi Party and Congress are in a tug of war for the 7 Lok Sabha seats in the capital. The divisions became public on Wednesday after a meeting between state and central leaders of the Congress. Alka Lamba's declaration sparked an instant showdown, with top leaders trying to cool tempers. While Congress and Aam Aadmi Party are still sniping at each other, they are clearly united in their attacks against the Modi government.
जब से मणिपुर की घटना घटी है, प्रधानमंत्री जी चुप हैं। मणिपुर के अंदर 6500 एफआईआर हो गई 190 दिन के अंदर। 3 मई से लेकर 31 जुलाई के बीच में 6500 एफआईआर हो गई। प्रधानमंत्री जी चुप रहे। मणिपुर में 4000 लोगों के घर जला दिए गए। प्रधानमंत्री जी चुप रहे।
In Maharashtra, the alliance is on tenterhooks. NCP Chief Sharad Pawar's frequent meetings with his rebel nephew and Maharashtra Deputy CM Ajit Pawar have created fear among his allies that the senior leader could be planning a jump to the NDA. Pawar hasn't denied or confirmed getting ministerial offers, but insists he stays with the Vikas Aghadi, while continuing to attack the BJP. The Congress and Shiv Sena UBT, though wary of the wily Maratha leader, are putting up a brave front. In West Bengal, it's TMC versus Congress and CPM. Congress leader Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has levelled serious allegations against the Mamata Banerjee government in the Jadavpur University fiasco, where a student died by suicide. All eyes are now on the Mumbai meeting of the India Alliance members. Will the opposition parties be able to rise above their differences to forge a united front? Bureau Report, India Today.
Air quality today. In Delhi, 128. In Mumbai, 61. In Kolkata, 52. In Bangalore, 53. In Chennai, 153. In Hyderabad, 128.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Tara Singh is back, and how? As nostalgic crowd flocks to theatres, Sunny's latest sees unprecedented rise.
ਤੁਸੀਂ ਤਾਰਾ ਸਿੰਘ ਨੂੰ ਪਹਿਚਾਨਦੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੁਸ਼ਮਣਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪੁੱਛੋ ਤਾਰਾ ਸਿੰਘ ਕੌਣ ਹੈ
Be it weekend or weekdays. Gadar 2 smashes box office. The Sunny Mania returns. Our top focus at 5:30 p.m.
Even Sunny Deol wasn't expecting it. That's the expression on his face all the time while promoting Gadar 2. He wasn't expecting this film to be such an incredibly big, sweeping success that it has proven to be smashing all box office records. With Gadar 2 setting the box office on fire, there's a different level of euphoria seen in cinema halls across the country. The craze and charm of single screens is back. Here are some glimpses. We've curated some of those glimpses of fan frenzy over Gadar. Gadar fan frenzy exploded in Rajasthan's Udaipur as more than 50 youths took an old truck and reached a mall to watch the movie. The truck had Gadar 2 written all over it. Here's them after they reached the mall just in time for their show. Meanwhile, less happily, 4 unidentified people were caught black marketing Gadar 2 tickets. After getting caught, they threw 2 crude bombs at a theatre. This was in Patna, Bihar. That's the level of frenzy and craze over buying and selling tickets for Gadar 2. This is Patna, Bihar. Gadar 2 fever has also gripped pole-bound Madhya Pradesh, with Sunny Deol fans reaching the theatre with a lot of pomp and fervour, including a dhol entry. Posters of Gadar 2 garlanded with flowers seen here being brought in for the screening. Dozens of tractors rolled into this theatre in Rajasthan's Bhilwara for fans to watch the Sunny Deol period action film. Tractors, posters, dozens of fans showed up for that screening in full mood and ceremony. As the promotions of Gadar 2 continue in full swing, lead actors Sunny Deol and Amisha Patel visited the Atari Wagah border in Amritsar, where they were seen dancing to the tunes of Urja Kalekama. But even as Sunny Deol's Gadar 2 is receiving accolades across the country and really ringing it in at the box office, Sunny Deol is also drawing some flack on social media for being caught on camera, losing his cool and allegedly misbehaving with some of his fans. One of those videos which has gone totally viral is Sunny snapping at a fan who's trying to take a selfie at the airport, while he was mobbed by fans requesting their favorite star's picture. The video further shows Sunny getting angry and snapping. The Gadar 2 actor lost his cool and said, "Lena photo." Take a look at this.
Lena photo.
Well, opinions on social media have remained heavily divided over the alleged misconduct by the Gadar 2 actor. While some call the behavior an arrogant gesture, others say that actors are entitled to their moods as well, and they can be tired and frustrated as well, and therefore nobody should be piling it on to Sunny Paji. Well, definitely not cool, but Sunny Deol is basking in the glory of the success of Gadar 2, and he's entitled to it. But it looks like amidst all the hoopla, Sunny Deol, who remember is also a Lok Sabha MP from Gurdaspur in Punjab, he's forgotten that he's also an elected representative from there. His constituents in Gurdaspur, Punjab, are furious with him. Not only is there not a single cinema hall in Gurdaspur, if you can believe it, the district is currently underwater, battling historic floods in Punjab. Water from Himachal Pradesh has inundated low-lying areas, including Sunny Deol's constituency of Gurdaspur. The army and disaster response force have been pressed into action, but the MP from Gurdaspur, Sunny Deol, is missing in action because he's busy promoting his movie. No matter what you think of it, he's not doing anything wrong, but how does it look in the public eye to his constituents? While they're suffering, he's enjoying the success of his movie. The voters are now saying that electing Sunny Deol was a big mistake, and remember, elections are just around the corner. Well, much more about Gurdaspur and Gadar 2 and all the Sunny shenanigans in our weekend special. We'll be having all that coverage for you from our entertainment team. But that's a wrap on 5 Live. I'll see you at the same time Monday. Up next is 6 p.m. Prime with Akshita Nandagopal. EdTech firm Unacademy is in the harsh glare of the public eye after firing one of its teachers because he was caught on camera telling his students, don't vote for illiterates and don't vote for people who only spend their time changing names of things. It sparked a big political fire as well. That full story next.
There is a very serious allegation has been raised by former associate editor of Deshabhimani, the mouthpiece of CPM. Unfortunately, the CPM is keeping silence. Chief Minister is speaking silence. For last 6 months, the Chief Minister of Kerala is not speaking to the press or the people. I don't know what happened to him. This is a very serious allegation that money has been embezzled or taken by the Chief Minister as well as the Industries Minister. And I feel that a comprehensive inquiry is necessary to unearth the truth of this matter.
What was the modus operandi of this extortion gang in Bengaluru via Mumbai? Here's what happened. They would contact some of these men from a Telegram application, send them text messages, which would be, of course, very appealing in nature. And then eventually they would meet these men. There would be an approval for consensual sexual acts. And while these acts were taking place, there were 3 other accused. As you can see their images on your screen. They would then record these actions and in compromising positions when the couple would be. Now when they had the videos with them, they were forced to convert, marry, and most likely the men would say no to that. And when they would say no to the conversion, they would be forced to pay some ransom, and extortion of money took place. About 60 to 70,000 rupees per individual, and that led to about 50 to 60 lakh rupees that they had eventually been able to amass. And that is when the matter eventually reached the cops while the men were being blackmailed for more and more money. And eventually the cops were able to investigate this further. Now the shocking thing is that this model, the woman, her name is Neha alias Meher. She's absconding for now. She's still missing. She's not been arrested. While the gang and these men on your screens have been taken into judicial custody for now.
क्या करें आप गरीबों के लिए? गरीबी हटाओ बोल के बोलते रहे, गरीबों को हटाए, गरीबी नहीं हटाए आप. लेकिन तेलंगाना में 10 साल में जो इंकलाब केसीआर साहब लेके आए, देश में कहीं और नहीं हुआ. तो क्यों जाना है कांग्रेस के साथ? क्यों वोट देना है कांग्रेस के साथ? क्यों देना है भाई कांग्रेस को वोट? कितने साल और मौका देते? नहीं थे क्या राज में? 62 इयर्स नहीं थे? तेलंगाना में भी थे 62 इयर्स. उनकी नानी थी, पप्पा थे, दादा थे, परदादा थे, सभी लोग थे. क्या हुआ? बदलाव आया? नहीं आया. फिर क्यों मौका देना है उनको?
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 40 and minimum 30 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 31 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 32 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 22 degrees.
बाकी तो सब हिंदू से ही कन्वर्ट हुए हैं मुसलमान हिंदुस्तान में, और उसकी मिसाल हमारी कश्मीर में.
This comment of the former Chief Minister of the erstwhile state of Jammu and Kashmir, Ghulam Nabi Azad, has set the cat among pigeons. Speaking at Doda in Jammu and Kashmir, Azad sparked off a new debate with his comment that everybody in India had been Hindu. In fact, in Jammu and Kashmir, everyone was a Pandit before Islam came.
हमारे हिंदुस्तान में इस्लाम सिर्फ वैसे ही पूरा इस्लाम तो आया ही है 1500 साल पहले, हिंदू धर्म बहुत पुराना है। तो बाहर से आए होंगे 10-20, वो जब मुगलों के वक्त में उनकी फौज में थे। बाकी तो सब हिंदू से ही कन्वर्ट हुए हैं मुसलमान हिंदुस्तान में।
While some hailed Ghulam Nabi Azad's comments, the Congress was clearly upset. National Conference Vice President Omar Abdullah hit out at Azad, insisting he was trying to appease powers that be.
आजाद साहब ने किस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में कहा, क्यों कहा, किसको खुश करने के लिए कहा, ये तो आजाद साहब ही कह सकते हैं ना, मैं नहीं कह सकता हूं।
PDP Chief Mehbooba Mufti came out with a shocker in an exclusive conversation with India Today.
He should say that कि हमारे जो पूर्वज थे वो बंदर थे.
You should say he should go back.
He should go back there
to the Stone Age.
Yeah, he should go back to the Stone Age and find out what his forefathers were. I mean, I don't believe in the theory that हमारे forefather बंदर थे. Maybe he believes.
The BJP came out all guns blazing, attacking Mehbooba Mufti.
हालात देश के नहीं खराब, हालात उनके खराब है। उनको कभी नजर नहीं आएगा कि कश्मीर के हालात सुधरे हैं। पत्थरबाजों का समर्थन करने वाले लोग आज उनको नजर नहीं आता कि आम आदमी बिना किसी डर के वहां घूमता है।
Will Ghulam Nabi Azad's comments rekindle the flame of brotherhood and Kashmiriyat, or will vested political interests light up fresh fires to divide people once again remains to be seen.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 40 and minimum 30 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 31 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 32 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 22 degrees.
Another ed-tech firm in soup. Unacademy fires teacher Stokes Rao.
अगली बार जब भी अपना वोट दो, किसी पढ़े लिखे इंसान को अपना वोट देना।
Fired for asking students to vote wisely.
सिर्फ ऐसे इंसान को ना चुने जिनको सिर्फ बदलना आता हो, नाम चेंज करना आता हो।
Or did he teach a political lesson? Unacademy controversy, academia or activism? Top focus on 6 p.m. Prime.
Good evening. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime here on India Today. I'm Akshata Anandagopal, and this evening we're putting the focus on the Unacademy controversy. If you haven't seen it, it's about a teacher who spoke to, in fact, some of the students of his class about who to vote for, saying that you should vote for educated netas. But did he stop at that? Was there a political speech, or was he simply making a pitch for a more educated opinion on politics? We're going to be talking about that and much more. A look at the headlines first. New close-up images of the moon captured by Vikram lander released. Chandrayaan 3 debooting completed. Lander orbit brought 112 kilometers near the moon. Big political newsquake in run-up to 2024 battle. UP Congress chief claims Rahul Gandhi will be challenging Smriti Irani by contesting from Amethi in 2024. Sextortion racket run by Mumbai model busted in Bengaluru. FIR reveals details of how these victims were lured and threatened with religious conversion through blackmail. Main accused Neha alias Meher still on the run. Maharashtra MLA's arm twist Chief Minister Shinde for cabinet berth. Shinde MLA claimed one legislator blackmailed that his wife will kill herself if he doesn't get a cabinet berth. Bizarre solution to quota suicides. While student suicides rise, officials fix the fans as the remedy. This after quota witnessed over 22 suicides in 2023 alone. Protests in Bengal's Jodhpur University turn ugly after students show black flags to Shivendu. TMC claims BJP goons thrashed students. EdTech firms have been finding themselves in one storm after another. The latest to join that list is Unacademy. It's been rocked by a scandal after a former tutor was allegedly fired for asking voters to vote wisely in the next election, talking about educational qualifications. Unacademy has claimed that the teacher in question here, Karan Sangwan, was let off as personal opinions are not allowed in the classrooms. Some netizens have launched a mass uninstall campaign against Unacademy, claiming that he was simply putting out a very interesting perspective about people choosing educated politicians. But did it stop at that, or was there also a political opinion involved? Let's take a look at this report first.
लेकिन एक चीज याद रखना, अगली बार जब भी अपना वोट दो, किसी पढ़े लिखे इंसान को अपना वोट देना, ताकि
This video of Karan Sangwan urging his students to vote for Padha Likha or educated politicians has cost him his job.
एक चीज याद रखना,
Days after the video went viral, Sangwan's employer, Unacademy, which faced backlash from BJP supporters, sacked the entrance coach.
कुछ दिनों से एक वीडियो बहुत ज़्यादा वायरल हो रही है और जिस वीडियो की वजह से मैं कंट्रोवर्सी में आ गया हूं, और उस कंट्रोवर्सी की वजह से मेरे काफ़ी सारे स्टूडेंट्स जो कि जुडिशियल सर्विस एग्जामिनेशंस के लिए प्रिपेयर कर रहे हैं, उनको काफ़ी सारे कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस फेस करने पड़े। साथ ही साथ में मुझे तो करने ही है कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस, मैं कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस काफ़ी सारे फेस कर रहा हूँ क्योंकि मेरे पास भी बहुत सारे मेरे पेरेंट्स हैं।
In the viral video, Sangwan can be heard advising students vote for a literate politician and not ones who only changes names.
अगली बार जब भी अपना वोट दो,
Many on the net claimed the comment was targeted at Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
दोबारा जीवन में ना झेलना पड़े।
Sangwan's comment sparked a political controversy. Reacting to the video, Aam Aadmi Party Supremo Kejriwal went on to say that illiterate public representatives can never build modern India of 21st century.
अब ये पढ़े लिखे शब्द जो है ऐसा फील होने लगा है कि ये सत्ता विरोध का प्रतीक बनता जा रहा है। इंस्टीट्यूट इसी दहशत में आकर के निकालने का फैसला लिया होगा, क्योंकि ये संभव है कि जिस इंस्टीट्यूट के टीचर ने ये कहा कल सीबीआई और ईडी पहुंच जाए।
Congress too jumped in the fray and raised questions over the sudden termination of educator Karan Sangwan. The Grand Old Party went on to say that teachers in the country are facing this humiliation.
Very surprised at the hostility which this government shows towards education and educational institutions. Whether it's this academy, whether it's Ashoka University, whether it's Aligarh Muslim University, Jamia, this government, the Modi government, is out to destroy our educational institutions.
Breaking silence on the issue, Unacademy issued a statement saying classroom is not a place to share personal opinions and views as they can wrongly influence students. The edtech firm further said that it was forced to part ways with Karan Sangwan as he was in breach of the code of conduct. However, the firing of the teacher has split the netizens, with many coming out in support of Karan Sangwan. There are others who believe he should have been let off with a warning. Bureau Report, India Today.
So many are asking what's wrong if the teacher merely said, go ahead and ensure that you vote for educated politicians. But is that really where it stopped? Was there no political opinion involved? We went through the entire lesson, and here's what the Unacademy former teacher said. It was largely politically coloured because he cited an example of Amit Shah's speech in the Lok Sabha while talking about the CRPC changes. He questioned the government about it. There were multiple points that he raised, highlighted some parts of, in fact, the document to say, look, this is not right, look, that's not right. And then he also claimed that Prime Minister Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah have misled the public on the claims that they've made on CRPC changes. He also added that there have been no changes made in the Indian Evidence Act and said that, you know, all these claims made by the Home Minister in Parliament that there was a revamp that hasn't happened. Now, he made all of these comments because he was teaching a lesson about this. This was followed, however, by these kind of comments where he said that, you know, you should be talking about educated politicians, you should ensure that you vote for Pada Likha Netas, and that's where the controversy has really escalated. Amit Bharadwaj is joining us with more details on this. Amit, Unacademy has clearly stuck by their stand. They're saying that, you know, personal opinions quite simply are not allowed, which is why they've taken this step. But we also understand they're facing quite a bit of backlash with people saying there's nothing wrong with what this teacher said. Quite a bit of politics also that's been brought in because the Aam Aadmi Party has taken a stand backing Karan Sangwan, with Chief Minister Kejriwal even tweeting.
Absolutely right, Akshata. You know, what Unacademy might have expected or hoped for was that this entire controversy will die down with them sacking Karan Sangwan and issuing a statement that this sacking is because Mr. Sangwan had violated the code of conduct of the institution. But that's not what happened. On one hand, you have people choosing sides, either standing with Karan Sangwan or opposing Karan Sangwan on the microblogging site X. And on the other side, you also have the political parties, specifically the opposition parties, turning guns at the BJP. They have found this as an opportunity to attack the BJP, to claim that academic freedom on the campuses is under serious threat in the country. On one side, you have Arvind Kejriwal himself tweeting out saying that is it crime to appeal students or people to vote for the literate representatives. You also have Gopal Rai who's saying that BJP has unleashed a reign of terror, because of which tech firm possibly did not even stand up with this faculty. And also the Congress party making similar comments and attacking the central government. So clearly, this entire controversy, which started with a viral video, a trend on microblogging site X, and the statement issued by Unacademy, it has not stopped there. Rather, this has also given ammunition to the opposition parties to target the BJP in this particular context. Back to you, Akshata.
All right, Amit, thanks very much for joining us with those details. This entire conversation, however, has also opened up a larger debate about educational qualifications of our netas. Not the first time we've discussed it, but we thought what would be helpful is to put out the current data on how qualified, what kind of educational qualifications our netas actually have. Let's take a look at those details. This is based on the ADR data from 2019 that's been put out from the MP list. You look at the BJP numbers right now, they have 0 illiterates, 10th passes at 23, 12th pass at 43. The graduates are at 123 and postgraduate at 77. The Congress has 2 10th pass MPs, 6 who have just passed class 12, graduates 22 and 15 who've had a postgraduate degree. What about the Aam Aadmi Party? 1 MP who is a 12th pass. And this is the party that largely keeps questioning whether, educational qualification should be something we discuss and decide our leaders based on. The Trinamool Congress has 0 illiterates. They have 1 10th pass MP, 2 who've passed class 12 only, 12 who are graduates and 5 who have gotten a postgraduate degree. Now, the Dravida Munnetra Kazhagam, DMK, the only illiterate that we found in the entire list of parties belongs to the DMK. There's one leader, one member of parliament who has zero educational qualification. 2 who are past 10 and not studied beyond that. 12 graduates, 6 postgraduate MPs. YSRCP has 1 10th pass, 1 12th pass, 10 graduates and 8 with a postgraduate degree. So that's a party-wise breakdown of MPs. And you can decide for yourself which really party has more educated leaders. You also have to keep in mind that the BJP has more members of parliament. So because of that, if you look at the number of graduates they have, it's a lot more. But there are parties here who question and say that educational qualification should be considered, which is a welcome move. But their numbers itself don't speak it. Now, speaking of education, there's another issue that we wanted to bring to the fore, and that is the number of student suicides, particularly in Kota, which is the IIT coaching hub. In order to deal with this issue of a rise of a spurt in the number of suicides in Kota, guess what the administration has done? No, they haven't counselled or spoken to the students. They haven't taken a look at the syllabus, none of that. The administration instead has decided that they'll put springs in all hostels and PG accommodations in the room fans, spring-loaded ceiling fans, to ensure that students cannot take their lives by hanging. The message is clear. What they're doing here is not nipping it in the bud, not saying, look, we'll get down to the root cause of it. They're ensuring that they crack down on the methods so that they're not the fall guys. And that's essentially what they've done with this step of putting spring fans.
Seven suicides in 2017, 20 suicides in 2018, 18 suicides in 2019, 15 suicides in 2022, 22 suicides in 2023. Kota, a coaching hub in Rajasthan, the capital of student coaching in the country, continues to witness a distressing trend of student suicides. In response to a recent spate of suicides in Kota, the administration has come up with a unique and bizarre way to curb cases of deaths by suicide among students. The solution is the installation of a spring-loaded fan in hostels and paying guest facilities.
बेंगलोर की एक कंपनी आई थी हमारे पास इस चीज़ को लेकर कि कोटा में कुछ आत्महत्याएं बढ़ी हैं, तो उसको लेकर उन लोगों ने हमको डेमो दिया था कोटा शहर में आके। हॉस्टल जो हमारे क्षेत्र में आते हैं, कोटा क्षेत्र में, उसकी तो हम लोग गाइडलाइन की पालना 90 से 95% हम लोग करवा चुके हैं और उसको लगवा भी चुके हैं इसको।
Springs in these ceiling fans are designed to uncoil the moment it detects a load, effectively detaching the fan from the ceiling and preventing hangings. But the idea didn't go down well with people, as they believe that it would have been better if the institutes worked towards providing a healthy environment to ensure students do not take such drastic steps. But the burning question is this the best that the Gehlot government can do for students? Bureau Report, India Today.
Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot has now reacted to all of the student suicides that has been reported in Kota. He's highlighted that yes, it's important to understand the problems that students are facing. Coaching management heads, he said, have been called in for a meeting, and that there's going to be a discussion on what really needs to be done. Ashok Gehlot says that I am working hard to understand what kind of pressure these students are under. So welcome move that the government also is stepping in here. But shouldn't this have been done earlier? Shouldn't steps have been taken by the Chief Minister earlier? 22 plus suicides that have been reported in Kota in this year alone. And it's taken so many deaths for now the government to wake up.
18-19 बच्चे कोटा के अंदर आत्महत्या कर चुके हैं, तो हमने उचित समझा एक बार बच्चों के प्रॉब्लम क्या है, ये स्थिति क्यों बनी है। तो जितने कोचिंग के जो मैनेजमेंट के लोगों को बुलाया गया है, बातचीत करेंगे और फीडबैक लेंगे कि आप क्या सोचते हो और सरकार क्या कर सकती है। और मैं समझने की प्रयास कर रहा हूँ उनसे खुद से, ऐसा क्या टेंशन बच्चों को होता है कि वो कोचिंग में आने के बाद में सुसाइड कर रहे हैं। तो अच्छा हम अगर बात करें तो मैं कह पाऊँगा कि क्या मैंने महसूस किया, क्या हमें करना चाहिए, कदम उठाना चाहिए।
Let's take this across to Jai Kishan for more details. Welcome move, Jai Kishan, that the Chief Minister is saying that we will step in, we'll hold a meeting and discuss what needs to be done. But the obvious question that will be asked is why wasn't this done earlier? Why wasn't accountability sought from these coaching heads earlier as well?
Akshita, there was a famous dialogue in the movie Three Idiots कि सर यहाँ का प्रेशर मापने का तो सिस्टम है, बट यहाँ का प्रेशर कैसे मापा जाए? What about the pressure that is in the head? So now we have been covering this issue since years in Rajasthan. There are three reasons. The most important reason where the government is not paying attention is the concept of dummy school. Schools were not only meant for the purpose of teaching, but other than overall development of our children. So these students who are going to institutions have been cut down from the process of school where they socialize with other kids from different strata of society, age group. Now these are 13, 14 years old kid directly after class 8 going to coaching student where they are surrounded by thousands of other students, lakhs of other students, where they entire day their focus is on how to go to IIT. Now nobody is paying attention towards the concept of dummy schools, which is completely illegal. A. B is what is government doing to reduce the overcrowding in of students in Kota district. The amount of students, the quantum of students in comparison to the quantum of seats in IITs and NITs is very less. Should there be a check and balance on the number of admissions? There are 7 lakh students. There's an unofficial figure. The number could be more than that. A student, a normal teenager has been cut down from all the basic amenities. An entire day what he is doing is studying. So these are the real issues. I'm talking about the government point of view. They had made a guideline this January, February. But the reality is that nobody talks about the enforcement of guidelines. Who will pay?
Very true.
Because this coaching mafias, I am with all responsibility using the word mafias, no steps has been taken against them to control the overcrowding.
No, and you know, this isn't a new phenomenon. It's not something that's happened this year. Every single year, there are so many suicides that are reported in these coaching centers, and unfortunately, no action that's taken. Thanks very much, Jai Kishan, for putting that story in perspective for us and giving us those details of really what and how much these students right now are suffering. I want to also bring in Dr. Deepak Raheja, Director and Chief Psychiatrist of Hope Care India. Dr. Raheja, thank you for speaking to us because we felt the need to ensure an expert's comment is also out there on these truly appalling images of how authorities at these coaching centers of Kota are choosing to deal with multiple cases of suicide that is being reported in Kota. To you, Doctor, first, how do you think authorities should be addressing the issue of 20 plus suicides in 1 year?
It is a matter of grave concern and of absolute urgency. And like Mr. Jai Kishan Sharma was also saying, that it's very surprising that why the matter was not thought of earlier. I mean, if Mr. Gehlot has stepped in now and said that the government will hold talks, I think the accountability should have happened and should have been fixed much earlier. So many students dying, and these are coaching institutes which are almost like, with due respect, I may say, like claiming to be institutions which can end up producing a highly toxic environment. I mean, this fact has already been discussed. These students go through what's called as a dummy school, which is totally illegal. They're trying to just mark their presence by proxy, but they go on to miss the real essence of being in a school. And for that extended period, or even for that short period, I mean, we've also known students who arrived and in a short span have taken extreme measures. Even these students, when they come, they are found to deal with their inadequacy. I mean, rather than knowing what they know, I mean, understanding what they know and what their competence and strengths are, they are left high and dry to feel absolutely in an extremely competitive environment, which is toxic according to me, and it leads them to be aware of their inadequacies, which they can't deal with. So they're not really focusing on their strength. It is not really a wholesome development of a child. And I feel just the sheer fact that students from all over decide to come here, and parents are not perceptive, they are not in the loop. We've also read up about cases where possibly even this child wasn't going to the coaching institute for a long time. The parents were not in the loop. They were not informed. So if a child decides to be locked up in a room, totally isolated for a week, 10 days.
Yeah, Dr. Raheja.
Nobody is
Dr.
going
Raheja, if you can hear me, you've explained to us the kind of circumstances that many of these students face. At this point, the authorities have come up with a solution where they're actually fixing the fans. They're putting spring fans to ensure that the students cannot hang themselves in their hostel rooms. This is barely the solution, is it? There's no counseling, no conversation, no talk of changing the syllabus, none of that.
It is extremely bizarre, I mean, to not really give mental health its due sensitivity, I mean, mental health is a far deep-rooted issue, and just trivializing it by believing that replacing a fan, I mean, if somebody thought of it, good. I mean, a weapon in proximity can drive somebody to kill themselves. So maybe if people are repetitively choosing to hang themselves and somebody's thought of their solution, good. But mental health from bottom up and top down is a very, very intense, psychological, sociological issue. I feel mental health, a team comprising of mental health practitioners, sociologists, needs to very intensively look into it and to understand, how the system and these institutions can be more sensitive and more sensitized. I think both are important. I mean, just the sensitivity of dealing with somebody who may be going through a mental health crisis and sensitizing them to be able to pick up the red alerts, red flags, the cues, so that those cues don't go missed. And if somebody is in need of help, the right help can be provided
from what you're telling us, it's very clear that the authorities here need counseling too on how to deal with these issues, how to recognize the red flags and immediately take action. Thanks very much, Dr. Raheja, for taking the time out and joining us here on India Today. This is a conversation that must be had. And here on India Today, we're going to continue following up to see what action authorities are taken to actually address the concerns of the students who put out multiple SOSs, goes completely unnoticed, leading to them taking that extreme step. On the other side of a short break, we're going to be getting you details of how Jadavpur University has turned into a political battlefield after the suicide of a student. These are the kind of scenes that have played out.
From the biggest conflict zones
We are at the Hostel Air Base and this is
to the biggest international moments, a reporter with India's flag on his sleeve and an unrelenting eye on terror, defense and national security, on the road, up the heights, in the trenches. He brings you stories that must unite us, because when it's national interest, it's India first. Monday to Friday, 10 p.m. only on India Today TV.
Those who pilot, they have their regular cardiovascular evaluation and they're usually very fit. It's very amazing to learn that how it happened to him. I'm sure he must have been having his regular checkup, he must be fit cardiovascularly, but what happened to him? Of course, the autopsy will guide us more, but in some such situation when they do not find, there is no evidence of any heart attack as such, no acute myocardial infarction, even there is now, we should do a molecular autopsy to find out if there's has been a molecular basis or electrical basis of sudden cardiac death in this particular case.
अगर वो टेक ऑफ करके उसको हार्ट अटैक होता तो वो क्रैश कर जाता, जहाज भी खत्म हो जाता, वो भी खत्म हो जाता। और अगर उसमें यात्री होते तो वो भी गर्क हो जाते। 40 साल की उम्र में हाँ हार्ट अटैक वगैरह हो सकते हैं, उसको मेडिकली फिट रहना चाहिए। और डीजीसीए को ये देखना पड़ेगा कि अब जो भी आप मेडिकल का जो क्लियरेंस है उसकी एक सेंट्रलाइज बॉडी उसको बहुत स्ट्रिक्टली मॉनिटर करे। एयरफील्ड के ऊपर ऐसा संस्था होनी चाहिए जो पायलट से पूछे तुम अपना मेडिकल सर्टिफिकेट भी दिखाओ, और वहाँ पे भी एक डॉक्टर होना चाहिए जो जाने से पहले एटलीस्ट तुम्हारा नब्ज चेक करे और हार्ट इत्यादि चेक करे। वो हो सकता है, इसमें कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है।
A message went across that Congress is preparing itself to contest alone in 2024 elections as far as Delhi is concerned, despite they are in talk with Aam Aadmi parties as a part of India alliance. So how do you look at this? How this message percolated after this particular meeting?
Well, you ask those who percolated this message, and you ask Aam Aadmi, who jumps at every occasion. The problem with Aam Aadmi party is they neither verify truth, nor do they know the difference between total lies and truth, because they themselves have lived lies all their life. And I'm saying this openly. I mean, it's the most untrustworthy bunch of people, including their supreme leader. What is the condition? There are 7 seats in Delhi, right? Congress has to be strong in all 7, and we have to prepare for all 7. That does not mean in case there is an alliance, we fight all 7. Suppose we suddenly get new, we believe we want New Delhi and South Delhi seats, and we prepare here. In the alliance, we get Chandni Chowk and West Delhi. And if we have not prepared there, how will we fight an election? Obviously, any self-respecting party, in case there is an alliance and before details of the alliance are worked out, will try and strengthen itself in the entire state. I mean, it's absolute. I think it's a no-brainer for anybody to think that. Only people who want to distort the truth, or kind of bring out things to kind of muddy the whole picture, or basically people who have no idea what truth and untruth is. Only those people will believe in these rumors.
Former cricketer and ex-BCCI boss Sourav Ganguly has now reacted to the Jadavpur University violence. Ganguly has in fact expressed his shock over the incident and saying that there must be strict laws to control such a situation, referring to the violence and clashes that are broken out outside an educational institution. Let's play out for you exactly what Ganguly has said.
It's shocking actually. There has to be strict laws to control this. This is ridiculous and a shame.
Next question, please.
There has to be strict laws.
We'll continue getting you the latest on the situation at the Jadavpur University. I'm slipping into a very short break. On the other side, a special broadcast where we get you the latest updates on Chandrayaan 3. Another mega milestone that came in today as Chandrayaan 3 has inched closer to the moon. Stunning images and videos that ISRO has released of lander Vikram's view right now of the lunar surface.
Here we have a majestic liftoff of LM-3 M4 rocket carrying India's prestigious Chandrayaan 3.
It's
It's a race to the moon now. As Chandrayaan-3 heads to the moon and will land on August 23rd, there is another country aiming to land at the exact same place, the moon's south pole. Russia's Luna 25 took off for the moon on August 10, a whole 35 days after Chandrayaan-3 was launched into space, and yet is expected to reach the moon a day before Chandrayaan does. So Luna 25 is taking just 12 days to reach the moon, whereas Chandrayaan is taking 40 days. But why is that? While Chandrayaan-3 weighs a whopping 3,900 kgs, the Luna 25 is much lighter, weighing just 1,750 kgs. That has made the biggest difference for the Russian moon mission. There are several other differences as well between the two missions, including the duration of the mission, which is 1 year for Russia versus 14 days for India. But does it really matter who gets to the moon first?
It does not matter. It does not matter, and the competition is all in the mind of the media. So imagine, I think Luna 25 probably started development in 2012 or 11. And Chandrayaan started development maybe, I don't know, 2-3 years ago at least. So, and on that day, do you think both the scientists on both these teams knew that the other person is also going and we are going to land the same day and we're trying to beat them? It is not possible. You know, these things take a lot of time.
The reality is India will join an elite league of just 3 nations, which included the Soviet Union, to make a soft landing on the moon. ISRO even congratulated Luna 25 soon after their successful takeoff and quipped about having another meeting point in our space journeys. So let's be clear, Luna 25's moon mission most definitely does not take the sheen away from the Chandrayaan mission. Bureau Report, India Today.
हमारे हिंदुस्तान में इस्लाम सिर्फ और वैसे ही पूरा इस्लाम तो आया ही है 1500 साल पहले। हिंदू धर्म बहुत पुराना है, तो बाहर से आए होंगे 10-20, वो जब मुगलों के वक्त में उनकी फौज में थे। बाकी तो सब हिंदू से ही कन्वर्ट हुए हैं मुसलमान हिंदुस्तान में। और उसकी मिसाल हमारी कश्मीर में, कश्मीर में कौन था 600 साल पहले मुसलमान? सब कश्मीरी पंडित थे, सब वही इस्लाम कर गए, बन गए। तो मैंने कहा सब इसी धर्म में पैदा हुए।
Welcome back. We're just 5 days away from that crucial landing of Chandrayaan-3 on the moon's surface. And ISRO today has completed another milestone. They're getting closer and closer to the moon. Lander Vikram, which is right now on an elliptical orbit around the moon, making its way slowly towards the lunar surface. did a deboosting exercise, by which we mean that it's gotten closer to the moon's surface. Deboosting was a part of final preparations before Chandrayaan-3 lands on the surface of the moon. We're now just about 112 to 113 kilometers from the moon's surface. The next deboosting will happen on 20th August at 2 a.m. when Chandrayaan then will be at the closest point to the moon, just 24 kilometers from the moon's surface. ISRO had also, remember, announced just yesterday that Chandrayaan-3 spacecraft's lander module had successfully separated from the propulsion module. So everything's as per schedule. August 23rd, 5:45 p.m. is when the landing takes place.
Yes, everything is going as per planned, this one. We are working out that different maneuvers. Now that yesterday when we separated, it was like 167 kilometer orbit or so. Now it will be slowly decreased to the final orbit of that 30 kilometers by 100 kilometers there. Okay. Deboost, this one, every day it will be there. So small that maneuvers will be there. This one is not nothing special, this one. And finally, anyway, we need to achieve the orbit of 100 kilometers by 30 kilometers. Here 30 kilometers is the place from where this our descent is started, getting started. This orbit will be trimmed to get into the 30 kilometers by 100 kilometers orbit. Yes, this is the orbit from this is the altitude, 30 kilometer altitude from which this lander will start journey towards surface of the Earth, moon. So the next few days, the maneuvers will be done to achieve this particular orbit size.
Yes, obviously, and I think a very short while from now, it will descend further to closer orbit. It's gradually inching towards the surface of moon. And I'm sure these pictures will excite every Indian, but for the scientific fraternity, they would have other connotations as well. The imagery would give indication of the kind of craters, the kind of surface, the kind of milieu over there. So I think it's appropriate to say that the lander has started doing its work even before it's or started performing its task even before it is landed.
Okay, let's take this across also to Nagarjun Dwarkanath, who explains to us why today's exercise was so crucial and what's expected in the coming days as we count down to August 23rd, the day when the soft landing will be done by lander Vikram. Nagarjun, good evening. Another big milestone by ISRO. Everything is going as per plan. And for ISRO, the next few days will be crucial because very slowly and steadily, they're going to be inching closer and closer to the moon, Naga.
Good evening, Akshita. In fact, today was another important maneuver. Also, deboosting is very important because you'll have to reduce the acceleration and also still descend to the next desired orbit. And today it was done as per schedule.
Apologies, we've lost that connection with Nagarjun, and we will continue to get you all the updates from Bengaluru as well, which is where our ISRO scientists are currently based, the team that's closely tracking Chandrayaan-3. But perhaps the biggest milestone so far of Chandrayaan-3's journey to the moon was achieved yesterday when the separation was successful. What do I mean by that? Well, lander Vikram, which was attached to a propulsion module, successfully separated from the mothership, from the propulsion module, and thereby started his journey all alone through the moon via an elliptical orbit. Let's recap for you how that separation happened.
It's the final countdown. Days from now, India will be at the moon's south pole. In one of the most crucial maneuvers yet by Chandrayaan-3, lander Vikram separated from the mothership, the propulsion module, to set up a date with the moon. The Vikram lander, with its rover Pragyan inside, is on its journey now to the moon's south pole, expected to touch down for that historic soft landing on August the 23rd at 5:45 p.m. Our ISRO heroes have done it again. A picture-perfect launch, followed by a super smooth journey into the moon's orbit, but the true test will now come in 6 days.
So whatever that mistakes happened in the Chandrayaan 2 have been corrected in Chandrayaan 3. Also, that additional design margins have been improved. Also, that wherever the redundancy is not there, now it's put it. That way, we have more confidence on Chandrayaan 3 to be successful.
Equipped with 4 landing legs and 4 landing thrusters of 800 newtons each, Vikram is designed for a soft landing on the moon. It carries within it a rover named Pragyan. 1 billion Indians are now rooting for Chandrayaan 3, and congratulations are pouring in for our ISRO heroes who continue to work day in and out to ensure a 100% successful mission.
No, certainly a matter of great satisfaction and a moment of pride for each one of us. Whereas the propulsion module will keep moving and keep taking pictures. So now the roles have got divided and each of the components will perform its respective roles.
It is also a symbol of India's growing capability and capacity, and I hope Chandrayaan 3 works out to be a very successful mission.
With lander Vikram making the difficult journey now to the moon's surface on its own, what happens to the propulsion module that helped Chandrayaan travel so far? Well, ISRO has confirmed that the propulsion module will continue its journey in its current orbit around the moon.
Now the propulsion module will continue its research with the sensor, shape sensor, gathering data about cloud polarization, which can be used to find signatures on exoplanets for habitability. The lander module, after deboosting, will go ahead and in the next 5 days will start the procedure of soft landing on the moon's surface.
Vikram is on its final lap now, and 1 billion hopes are pinned on this 1,778 kilogram lander and rover to fulfill our Chandrama dreams. Onward and upward, Chandrayaan. With Pramod Madhav, Bureau Report, India Today.
The final countdown is on for Vikram lander to touch down on the moon's surface. But what have we witnessed really in the last 40 odd days since that picture-perfect launch of Chandrayaan 3 from Sriharikota in Andhra Pradesh? It's been a long, arduous journey, but one that's been absolutely perfect and on schedule by ISRO. Let's get you all of the highlights so far of Chandrayaan 3's journey.
Chandrayaan 3 spacecraft and propulsion module, having spent 34 days together, parted ways and embarked on their respective journeys on 17th August. The propulsion module separated from the lander while in lunar orbit. A day before, on 16th August, the spacecraft had successfully completed a crucial firing operation, placing it into an orbit of 153 kilometers by 163 kilometers around the moon. This marked the completion of the lunar-bound maneuvers and brought the spacecraft one step closer to its ultimate goal of landing on the south pole of the moon.
It is really a vital element because now you look at your Chandrayaan 3 mission basically consists of 3 plus 1 4 modules type of thing. First is LVM-3, which has taken the composite of Vikram lander, propulsion module and the Pragyan, the rover, to the 36,000 kilometer highly elliptical orbit. From there, using a 5 earthbound maneuvers, propulsion module has taken the composite of Vikram lander and the Pragyan to the lunar orbit. Again, the lunar orbit also from the elliptical orbit, it has now brought to the near circular, close to the moon, around 153 kilometer orbit, it has brought 153 by 163 kilometer. So now the important thing is, final thing is softly and securely landing on the moon.
The propulsion module is a box-like structure with a large solar panel and a cylinder on top. It is responsible for carrying the lander and rover configuration until the spacecraft reaches 100 kilometers lunar orbit. The propulsion module will now continue its role as a communication relay satellite.
Now Vikram has to take its own course of action. Further, it has to separate. So even after separating, then the major event comes. A major event is 4 800 Newton thrusters. They have to fire to take it to the lower orbit. That also will be done in 2 steps, and ensuring that all the 3 systems are working properly. These 2 steps, it will go down, put 100 kilometer orbit, then from 100 to go to the 30 kilometer orbit. 100 by 30 kilometer orbit. That's a very, very vital. But when it's going very closer to the Earth, so the position of the module has to be ascertained properly.
Carrying hopes of billions of Indians, Bahubali rocket LVM-3 lifted off from Sriharikota on 14th of July, with Chandrayaan-3 aiming to land a rover on the moon's surface. The takeoff was picture perfect. More than a month later, it's now on its last leg to make history, an Indian space dream come true.
That's all we have time for on this special broadcast, but stay with us here on India Today, because we're going to get you every single update that comes in on Chandrayaan-3's journey to the moon. Like I said, August 23rd is the date to watch out for. It's estimated at 5:45 p.m. is when Chandrayaan-3 will touch down on the moon. And here on India Today, as always, we'll get you the latest on that story.
We are short of water, we are not getting rainfall. And the Kaveri basin of Karnataka, they have not been provided with water, they have not been allowed to irrigate or to grow crops. Whatever was saved, now has been completely given to Tamil Nadu. What way it is justice? See, justice is sharing between both the states. They have not given the state share. Our farmers are not being allowed to make use of the water. Only exclusive right to Tamil Nadu is not fair. Being an irrigation minister of the state of Karnataka, he has done complete injustice to the state of Karnataka.
देखिए, पूरे देश के अंदर जिस तरह से भाजपा की केंद्र सरकार ने अपने एजेंसियों को दुरुपयोग करके जिस तरह का एक दहशत का माहौल बनाया हुआ है, उसमें हर कोई डरा हुआ है और उस डर का परिणाम ये दिख रहा है कि हर कोई अपने को बचाना चाहता है। मुझे लगता है कि कोई भी अगर ये बात कहता है कि पढ़े लिखे लोगों को वोट दें, तो अब ये पढ़े लिखे शब्द जो है ऐसा फील होने लगा है कि ये सत्ता विरोध का प्रतीक बनता जा रहा है। और मुझे लगता है कि इंस्टीट्यूट इसी दहशत में आकर के निकालने का फैसला लिया होगा, क्योंकि ये संभव है कि जिस इंस्टीट्यूट के टीचर ने ये कहा कल सीबीआई और ईडी पहुंच जाए और उस इंस्टीट्यूट को तबाह कर दे, तो एक दहशत का जो माहौल है, मुझे लगता है उसका परिणाम इस घटना में दिख रहा है। धीरे धीरे लग रहा है कि सरकार ऐसे मान बैठी है कि ये उसके खिलाफ यूज किया जा रहा है।
There is a very serious allegation has been raised by former associate editor of Deshabhimani, the mouthpiece of CPM. Unfortunately, the CPM is keeping silence. Chief Minister is speaking silence. For last 6 months, the Chief Minister of Kerala is not speaking to the press or the people. I don't know what happened to him. This is a very serious allegation that money has been embezzled or taken by the Chief Minister as well as the Industries Minister. And I feel that a comprehensive inquiry is necessary to unearth the truth of this matter.
Tell me, is the criteria for the Prime Minister to be that he should be illiterate? Then he can become the Prime Minister? That he should not have no vision except, how the Gaurakshaks should lynch people in the name of Shri Ram? Is that the vision? I think Rahul Gandhi definitely has a much better vision for this country than these Gaurakshaks and other people that, are ruling the country at this point of time. So I think he's educated, very well educated. He has knowledge about everything. I had a, very brief interaction with him, and he could talk on all topics. And secondly, he does not seem to be bothered whether he becomes the prime minister or not. What is, keeping him on his toes is how to save the idea of India for which Gandhi laid his life. His great-great-grandfather went to jail. His grandmother gave her life. His father gave his life. So I think that is his passion at this point of time. And I think what more do you need in a prime minister, if he has a passion to save the idea of India? That's much more important than even becoming the prime minister of this country.
जी है, उन्होंने नया यात्रा निकाले, भारत जोड़ो यात्रा। मुझे क्या लग रहा मालूम, जो 1000 चूहों को मार के एक बिल्ली हज यात्रा को निकलती।
The political war is simmering ahead of the Telangana Assembly elections slated by the end of this year. Ruling BRS has launched an all-out attack against the Congress with its scathing jibe at Rahul Gandhi. Taking a massive dig at Rahul's Bharat Jodo Yatra, Kavita claimed that it is absolute depth of hypocrisy by the Congress.
राहुल गांधी जी है, उन्होंने नया यात्रा निकाले, भारत जोड़ो यात्रा। मुझे क्या लग रहा मालूम, जो 1000 चूहों को मार के एक बिल्ली हज यात्रा को निकलती, वैसा है राहुल गांधी जी का।
BRS MLC and daughter of Chief Minister KCR, K. Kavita questioned Congress's governance record, accusing the Gandhi family of betraying Muslims.
क्या करें आप गरीबों के लिए? गरीबी हटाओ बोल के बोलते रहे, गरीबों को हटाए, गरीबी नहीं हटाए आप। कितने साल और मौका देते? नहीं थे क्या राज्य में 62 इयर्स नहीं थे? तेलंगाना में भी थे 62 इयर्स। हमारे सारे
Kavita asked BRS workers to reach out to Muslims and mosques to educate the community.
आज हमारे माइनॉरिटी भाई सोचना चाहिए, घर घर आप जाओ, हर एक मौलाना को पकड़ो, हर एक मस्जिद में जाओ, आप उनको समझाओ क्यों देना है भाई कांग्रेस को वोट, कितने साल और मौका देते।
The attacks marked Kavita's first visit to the Nizamabad Lok Sabha constituency, where she aims to contest from in 2024. Kavita's remarks drew sharp criticism from the Congress party, which branded BRS the B team of BJP.
आप लोग BRS समझ रहे, हम लोग बीजेपी रिश्तेदार समिति बोल के राहुल जी ने साफ साफ कह दिए। जब बीजेपी रिश्तेदार समिति से इससे बेहतर कुछ स्टेटमेंट हम एक्सपेक्ट भी नहीं कर सकते।
Even in Telangana, our father came into power promising 12% reservation. It is Congress who has given 4% reservation. It is Congress who has given free education, free higher education to the minorities. They haven't done anything. They only talk. They themselves, in the last few days, are very much in panic about the surveys what they are seeing. And now they are behind minority votes.
Meanwhile, BJP called Kavita Rahul Gandhi war an eyewash, branding them same sides of a coin.
Srimati Kavita's statement that the Congress has not done anything for the Muslims shows that both of them are trying to woo the Muslim votes for their group. The BRS party is going further in order to appease the minority communities more than the Congress. However, the criticism of Srimati Kavita on Congress party with regard to the minorities is only an eyewash, and both are one and the same.
With Apurva Jayachandran and Abdul Bashir, Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Hello and welcome to a brand new episode of Democratic Newsroom, the loud and vibrant show here on India Today, where a bunch of us get together and relish kicking around the big political or other stories of the day. Team India has been dominating, and there are a lot of us here. Just there are like a lot of people in Team India. Rajdeep is here, Gaurav is here, Polomi is here, Preeti is here, Sneha is here. Now, remember, the countdown has begun to a highly anticipated meeting of Team India, the big opposition alliance, in Mumbai at the end of this month, and already they're making all the headlines. There are fights, there are cracks, but there's also a great coming together. The big question now that appears to be on some people's minds at least is, with all these contradictions and competing interests, with only 9 months to go for the election, who is going to be the big Prime Minister's face of Team India? Specific question, let's get some specific answers. Rajdeep, who is the Prime Minister's face of Team India?
It's a non sequitur question. What kind of a question are you asking today, Gaurav? We are only trying to create trouble in the poor India camp.
Gaurav is not asking.
Oh, sorry, Shiv. They've got an identity crisis at the moment. Sorry, or I've got an identity crisis with the two of you. But look, the fact
offense with defense.
Okay, Shiv, the fact of the matter is that we are a parliamentary system.
Yeah.
543 seats will contest the Lok Sabha. The India Alliance first needs to get its alliances together, needs to get its act together in terms of a common agenda, in terms of strategy, alliances, and then possibly if that throws up an individual, which is I think extremely unlikely, we'll be in a position to answer this question as journalists, because at the moment, frankly, I don't see the reason for the question. In fact, I think the India Alliance doesn't want to get into this leadership contest. They want to localize the election.
But people don't vote for coalitions.
The media, no? Gaurav and Shiv, who want to make this the big question.
But people don't vote for coalitions, Rajdeep. People don't vote for coalitions, no? At the end of the day, you have to make it at some level presidential. You have to have a face. When you're going up against
why do you have to have a face? We are not a presidential system.
No, but how do you battle that, people don't vote for coalitions?
There is no agenda yet. There is an agenda. Their only agenda is Modi Hatao. That's the single point agenda of this opposition alliance. What's the glue that binds them together?
So where does leadership? Let's assume that's the case.
Get rid of Modi.
No, but that is the case.
Whoever comes up.
Gaurav, let's assume that's the case, and you're not wrong in that their primary goal is to defeat Modi at all costs. Why then should they be worried about leadership? Because leadership will distract them from that main goal, because then
there could be yet again an Inder Kumar Gujral, there could yet again be a HD Devegowda 2.0, Inder Kumar Gujral 2.0, a Chandrasekhar 2.0. There'll be somebody like that,
my friends here whose names I mix, Shiv and Gaurav, are fishing in troubled waters.
No, we are not. I'm just asking.
The troubled waters of the India have more troubled waters here. But
I sit here innocently without any political views, and I get whacked.
Okay.
Anyway, I still hold firm that you need a face. You can't play both games. You can't say I don't want it to be presidential and yet not have a face. Because how is
Okay. Right now, what's happening? What is their immediate goal? There is a bipole which is happening in the state of Uttar Pradesh. For the first time, it's going to be a bipolar contest between the Samajwadi Party and the Bharatiya Janata Party, where everybody has let off, right? So this is the main aim. Will they have a face? Definitely they'll have a face. If I have to put my money on a face, I would think it would be Mr. Kharge. Dalit face acceptable.
So Preeti saying Mallikarjun Kharge prime ministerial face.
1 second, if I have to, but I don't think, and I actually do agree with Rajdeep, I don't think this coalition needs a face. Right now, they will do better without a face.
Needs a face is debatable. Needs a face or not is debatable. They won't have a face.
Yes.
They will be foolish to have a face. Going into 2024, they won't have a face.
Yeah, I think it's going to be absolutely foolish if they project a face. Supriya Sule has said the face versus Modi is India. So it's the alliance per se. It'll be absolutely foolish to make it presidential style. BJP is going to try everything that they can to make it presidential style.
Even if they wanted a face, will they be able to choose a face?
Okay, but Gaurav and Shiv, the main reason we are having this face-off is because both of you want to somewhere down the line project it's going to be Rahul Gandhi. It's not. Now what? Now what? It's not Rahul Gandhi. Now what do you do?
Maybe it's a Mamta Banerjee. You know, Mamta Banerjee. I am very fond of Rahul Gandhi. I think he should try again. I'm just saying.
Exactly.
I am saying, I'm saying that you have to convince me, Rajdeep, Preeti, Sneha, Poulomi, and Gaurav also. How do you cross that barrier of people don't vote for coalitions? You have to give them a vision and a face at some point of time. No matter which way you look at it, people do look at faces and visions.
See, I think at the moment this alliance is hoping to replicate 2004. Lightning doesn't always strike twice. In 2004, you didn't have a face. A face is feasible. You can always throw up someone. Mallikarjun Kharge was one name mentioned, and it could be a powerful story. He has a compelling narrative of his life story. It could be India's first Dalit Prime Minister. You have a storyline to give, but is it desirable? Possibly not. Look at Mr. Modi's popularity. Let's be clear. In any leadership contest, as of now, Mr. Modi's popularity remains high. Why should I, if I was the opposition, play on the pitch that my rival wants me to play on? I want to localize the election. I think the challenge for the India Alliance, and you're right, it's not an easy challenge because elections do become presidential at times, is to find a way to localize 2024. That's the challenge, I think, Poulomi. And that's the pitch I think the BJP doesn't also want to play on.
Absolutely
they want to play on leadership.
It's exactly what Sneha said. The BJP wants it to be a contest between two individuals. How are you going to counter Narendra Modi's popularity? As you pointed out, it is very high, leagues ahead of anyone in the opposition at this point of time. You might want to pitch a face, but at this point of time, there's nobody as popular as the Prime Minister, as an individual. Why does the BJP bank on his face going into any assembly election, any municipal corporation election?
All the time,
Simple formula, because he's very popular. That face works for the Bharatiya Janata Party.
But it's not just a face. I'm sorry, it's not just a face. It's also, are they together on every agenda? Are they together on every issue? Take the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress, for example. Are they together in Delhi? Are they together? Will the Aam Aadmi Party not contest Rajasthan? Will they not contest Madhya Pradesh? Or will the Congress sacrifice Delhi and Punjab?
I mean, it's not just one face. There will always be a common minimum program.
Common minimum program.
And that's how they went to elections
Are they
in
going to cut their nose to spite their face?
That's how UPA
Are they going to abandon their political ambitions? Will Mamta Banerjee abandon seats in Bengal for Congress
all of that is something that is going to be worked out.
I mean, we
can't go to coalition. 2004 and 2009 were coalitions.
Chidambaram was very clear.
BJP.
P. Chidambaram was very clear. He said, you don't have to do it in every seat. Have one candidate in 450 seats. You achieve those 450 seats. BJP is down to 220, 30, and then BJP is not forming the next government. That's the calculation. So what's the only calculation? Sam, Dam, Dand, Bhed, ensure Modi doesn't return.
No, I think the challenge is, and it's a considerable challenge, Shiv, is that how do you ensure state level contests that are localized? So you tell Mamata Banerjee, you're in charge of Bengal, you ensure that you get the maximum.
But they're not
seats
doing
there.
that, no.
No, that's what they will move towards. No, that's what they will move. Look, we are only in.
They have to work on that seat
That's what they have
enough time for that.
To my mind, Shiv, the challenge for this opposition at the moment is not about projecting an individual, which is the question that you've raised today in the Democratic Newsroom. It is how do I localize a national election? Not easy. It's not easy when you're faced with Prime Minister Modi, who, as Paulomi rightly says, will go across the country and campaign in his name, and expect votes in his name. We've seen, interestingly, when Mr. Modi is not on the ticket, the BJP's vote declines by almost double digits. So there is a problem the BJP also faces in state elections. Similarly, these parties of the India Alliance will face a challenge. How do I convert state level popularity or organization into a national election, when people will ask the question.
Nuts and bolts. What happens in Delhi? Will Congress leave Delhi or will Aam Aadmi Party leave Delhi?
We don't know.
These are things Gaurav will be
It's
sorted
not just
out.
Congress.
Go ahead, Preeti. No, I was just saying the big challenge here for me, I feel, is to take this government on, to take the Prime Minister on issues that they successfully did in Karnataka in spite of the Prime Minister being there. If they're able to raise issues of unemployment and inflation, for example, if these are issues that they're able to manage to, if people are,
but also
they vote on, if they do vote on these issues, then I don't think it's going to be that big a challenge. But essentially 2004 and 2009 also, Shiv, you said how is there no phase? There was no phase, but that time I agree that time there was no Modi. So it's very different. 2004 and 9 very different.
Atal Bihari Vajpayee was also very popular.
Yes, but not as popular as this
where
Prime
seat
Minister.
sharing is concerned, it's not Delhi. Okay, 7 of Delhi where the Aam Aadmi Party comes from, 10 from Haryana where the Aam Aadmi Party wants to enter, 14 is Punjab plus Chandigarh. There will be issues, but these are nuts and bolts is what we are talking about, and they will have to be ironed out if this alliance needs to stay strong. But the fact is, Shiv and Gaurav, who's itching for the India Alliance to announce a phase? Who is itching?
The BJP wants
the
it. BJP wants
the
it.
sheer fact that this conversation or this debate is being had is because who's the face? It doesn't suit the India Alliance to put out a face. Why would they want to put out a face?
What are the issues?
The issues are, as per
in
the alliance,
Rajasthan, in Madhya Pradesh, who's sacrificing seats in these states for the other party?
The problem,
which party is growing at the cost of the other party?
No, but there are.
Why should it bother you?
I'm sorry.
How does it bother you?
I am sorry.
How does it bother you? It's a very basic. It's a very basic. It's a very basic.
These are the brass tacks. I'll tell you what. Of course, they have to iron these out. These are the brass tacks of seat sharing arrangement.
But they will not. The fact is, what will irk the BJP and what will irk many is that they will not announce a phase. Do what you may.
They'll try their best to keep it issue-centric. That's what you're going to see, a lot of talk on
the BJP will try to beat out a phase from them.
They will not announce one.
Because it suits them. They know that once a face is projected or announced, it's going to be Modi versus that particular face. And that won't work.
Congress being a party which has nationwide presence, what's wrong with Rahul Gandhi's name?
What intrigues me is why are we so worried about the India Alliance when we thought till a few months ago this was supposed to be a done deal? Gaurav,
you've written that in your column, by the way.
Gaurav would go around the newsroom saying that 2024 is a done deal.
You said that in your newspaper column in Hindustan Times.
I said nothing.
I do believe that the BJP goes into this election, and I've said it openly and I continue to say so, with a huge advantage. When you start adding up the states, the fact is BJP needs to lose big time in several states for them to be vulnerable. And in particular, the Congress needs to recover and become from a 50-seat party to a 140-seat party or 120-plus seat party for the terms of this battle to change. Therefore, to my mind, the challenge is with the opposition to change the pitch, and the way to change the pitch, I think they think, wisely for now, is to convert this into state-level regional contest.
Congress must continue to sacrifice. Congress must continue to suffer.
Where's the sacrifice?
In the past, in every state, for the sake of secularism, Congress sacrificed, and a Samajwadi Party grew, and a Bahujan Samaj Party grew in Uttar Pradesh, and an RJD grew in Bihar, and the Congress kept taking a backseat. It was wiped out. It virtually wiped out one seat now in Uttar Pradesh. Is that what the Congress would want to be reduced to?
Gaurav, with a party which has less than 55 seats in Parliament, can the party actually not sacrifice? The Congress also has to get up and look at the writing on the wall, and they will. And they will. The Congress has no other option but to sacrifice.
So the Congress,
yes.
Okay, so the Congress must be sacrificed at the altar of
But the Congress is not being sacrificed at the altar. The Congress is still the fulcrum of this. The Congress is still the fulcrum of this alliance, Rajdeep.
Fulcrum, and get what out of it?
Look, at the end of the day, you have to recognize your limitations. You know, at times, the Congress in particular has been guilty of not recognizing them and has believed that we are still in the 1980s, we are still the dominant party. Sorry?
West Bengal
in
2021.
West Bengal. But you see, at the end of the day, the Congress will have to recognize that Mamata Banerjee is the leader #1 of West Bengal. The Congress will have to recognize that, like it or not, Arvind Kejriwal today is the leader #1 of Punjab and Delhi. Similarly, allies like Arvind Kejriwal, if he becomes an ally, will have to recognize in Haryana, Congress is the #1 party. In Rajasthan, Congress is the #1 party of the opposition.
The Congress will have to take the pole position when it comes down to the Lok Sabha elections.
Why? Why should they? Why should Arvind Kejriwal? Let's be clear. Aam Aadmi Party has been the rising force of Delhi politics. The Congress has been on decline. At some stage, the two will have to accept, each other's
If you
positions.
look at the numbers, no, one second. If you look at the vote share in 2019, the Congress did better than the Aam Aadmi Party.
You're looking at Lok Sabha.
So that's exactly what we're going into.
So look, and this is all seat by seat sharing. How you do it is up to you. As we saw in Maharashtra. Maharashtra is a good example where Congress, NCP and Shiv Sena had to give up sort of some of their past animosities,
adjustments,
had to adjust, and they were able to work out a government. Now,
make ideological adjustments.
Make ideological adjustments. Sacrifice your own ambitions. It's not easy, but it will be done. It could be done. Look at the BJP today. The BJP, if you recall, in 1989, let's go back even further. How did they first tentatively make their way into the sort of Delhi Darbar? By supporting a VP Singh from the outside, and then eventually grew at the... You see, political parties now have to be strategic. And if you have to be strategic, you will have to sacrifice at different levels. I think Mr. Kejriwal knows that. I think many of the other allies know that. I think a section of the Congress does, but I'm not sure whether the entire party does. If they don't, they are in trouble.
We've seen, you've written a fascinating book about 2019, which actually talks about many of these things. Apart from the obvious differences between what happened then and what's happening now, there was no coherent Team India alliance at that time, but there were efforts to make a Mahagathbandhan, etc. Have things been qualitatively done better by these opposition parties this time? Apart from, Rahul Gandhi in 2018, 2019, Rafale, projecting himself as Prime Minister without actually saying so. Apart from that, are there anything that the parties are doing better?
Well, I think there's a greater intent, and we've seen that in meetings held in Patna, Bengaluru, now in Mumbai. Intent is there. It has now to be you have to transfer intent into action. Action is still not seen on the ground. You can't sit in a 5-star hotel, talk amongst yourselves and frame your policy. But look, 8 months are still left. Yeah. At least they've started. In 2018, 2019...
8 months is a good amount of time.
In 2018, 2019, there was no sign.
In Bengaluru, everybody holding their hands together.
And then what? After the formation of the India Alliance, the monsoon session of Parliament happened. You saw them coordinate on the floors of both houses.
Which is very
come to the Delhi, be it the Delhi Services Bill, which they opposed to the nail as one coalition, be it, of course, compelling the government to make a statement on Manipur. The Home Minister spoke about it. The Prime Minister, of course, the no confidence motion that was moved, the Prime Minister took to the floor of the House. He made his brief statement on Manipur as well and about other issues as well. There was coordination. There was flow coordination and flow strategizing every day.
And to add to what Paulomi said, naturally you lose because the other side has more numbers, Gaurav. But the fact is that not just the India Alliance, you even had a BRS, which otherwise opposes, which is not part of the alliance, was with the Aam Aadmi Party on the Delhi Services Bill and was also part of some of the protests that took place outside Parliament.
I think the monsoon session.
And also moved the... So you see, I think the worry I think this debate has been necessitated because Gaurav is worried. Is this India alliance actually taking off?
You know, I am worried.
Are you worried about that,
I am
Gaurav?
worried. Where is the BJD? Where is the YSRCP? Where is the BSP? Where are all these parties in the overall scheme of things? Because that would make these elections...
He's not happy with 26. He's not happy with 26. There should be more.
That would make this election very interesting. That would make this election extremely interesting.
He's a believer in democracy and he wants a good fight.
Absolutely.
Rajdeep in 2024. Why are you needling him on that?
I think the momentum
it's a question of facts. It's a question of, are these parties actually coming together with an agenda which is other than Modi Hatao?
No, because they messed up and then they said democracy is dead.
Is there anything that unites them?
But it's
nothing else unites them.
And anti-Modi Hatao.
You're right. It is. That's the agenda.
That's the agenda. That's one agenda.
But they made no bones about it.
Will they cut their nose to spite their face in terms of...
It will be Modi
So
against
they will
all.
cut their nose to spite their face in terms of, fine, we will not grow this time, but we will not let anyone else grow. So it's the crab mentality that takes over the country now.
Anyone else grow is what? What does anyone else grow? It is Modi against them.
But can I ask you a simple question?
Can it be an issue?
Can I ask you a simple question?
Where are the issues? Where are the agendas?
No, Gaurav, we are obsessively focusing about the India alliance, and they'll be only happy, I guess, that they're getting some publicity. But my question is simply this: when a prime minister embraces a Chirag Paswan, who a year ago was sort of persona non grata virtually, when you come and embraced an Eknath Shinde and an Ajit Pawar particularly, who only a month ago you said, were an obvious reference to him, epitomized corruption. What's the message you're sending out? I think both sides want to get as many allies on their side as possible. Let's be clear, this is not a one side. What is so common suddenly between the NCP and the BJP in Maharashtra that you're embracing an Ajit Pawar there? So I think both sides are looking for friends and allies wherever they can find them.
Or
and that's
LJP,
politics.
JJP, Apna Dal, what about dynastic politics?
That's
Name
right.
it.
So it's all
there.
So I think it is about...
NDA showcased its numbers, right? For the first time an NDA meeting happens since 2019. That happens right after the India Alliance meeting, right?
Yeah.
Where 38 parties, they claimed, came together, and that was the NDA formation for the first time.
When you talk about this, so one accuses the other of being the epitome of corruption. The other hand, you have Abhishek Banerjee, who's gone on record to say Rahul Gandhi, he's hit out at Rahul Gandhi. He said Congress is insecure, irrelevant, incompetent, accuses Rahul Gandhi of politics of vanity.
Sir,
everyone, your favorite line.
What did
your
the BJP have to say about
is
Hamam and PDP in Jammu and Kashmir to join hands?
No, 1 second. What did BJP have to say about 2 weeks before Prime Minister Modi and the BJP signed up with Ajit Pawar? What did the Prime Minister say?
Precisely the point.
In a rally,
Rajdeep just made that point.
accused Ajit Pawar of corruption.
I think the BJP and the opposition are going to walk the extra mile. All eyes were on the monsoon session of Parliament. How are they going to function in the monsoon session? They did, and I think we were all surprised the manner in which they came together. Sonia Gandhi walked up to Sanjay Singh, who was suspended, to greet him the time when he was suspended. I think everybody here is going to be walking an extra mile.
Okay.
Be it the BJP and the Congress and the opposition.
And the BJP...
Think about it, Shiv. 1989, VP Singh was supported by both BJP and left.
Correct.
Please appreciate it.
Depose Rajiv Gandhi.
I appreciate the left and TMC
so what do you
coming
call
together.
that? Is that opportunism or strategic?
No, it's great politics in our country that TMC and left are also coming together.
As PDP and BJP coming
my
together.
dear colleagues and friends, I'm out of time, so I have to put a hard stop to it. We're going to have many more occasions to put the BJP, Team India and everyone in between on the table. Democratic Newsroom, I suspect, is going to be only about elections in the run-up to 2024. Thanks to all of you for joining me, and thank you so much for watching.
It took a viral video for 2 people to be arrested after 77 days. How did the situation spiral out in Haryana so dangerously out of control? Where was the police? Fawzia ji, I promised you, ek din aapka beta aayega.
Yeah, the promise is fulfilled. Thankful to you.
Fitness certificate ke bagair bridge reopen karna, ye kiski jawabdehi, sir? A 3-time MLA is beaten up in Imphal almost to death.
Till today, my tears can't stop. I'm eagerly waiting for my husband's recovery.
The beating heart of every story is on News Today with me, Rajdeep Sardesai, Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. only on India Today TV.
We are very surprised at the hostility which this government shows towards education and educational institutions.